It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
36 degrees right now, getting it up into the 40s, but it is foggy.
Oh, yeah.
Foggy, like creepy foggy.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
can't see, depending on some places in Rochester
Like
where you
scary
are.
movie foggy.
Yeah, you got it. Like you turn the high beams on, and it's just a wall.
Yeah, it makes it
foggy.
worse.
Yeah, where you been? You're in your 60s.
I don't know. I always forget.
How do you wait? What?
You forget sometimes. Because I'm always looking for deer in the morning.
Yeah, no, that's the one thing that sucks about the thick fog. Because, I live in Henrietta, which is the land of hills,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, it's like, oh, everything's fine. Oh, my God, I can't see. Okay, we're good again. All right, can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I need your real opinion here.
Sure.
Okay. Are the color of these pants too ridiculous? I'm gonna just
Are they green?
Well, they're like an olive green.
olive green. If you can see, I'm trying to put them on
I
the...
think
It's like
they're
a
fine.
military-
It's a neutral green.
It's like a military green.
Yeah, I feel like I'm an extra in stripes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so
Yeah.
they don't look ridiculous?
I mean, they're just green.
As a
They-
sweaty guy, though, are you nervous for sweat purposes?
I hadn't thought about that.
Okay.
Well, I'm not worried
Well,
about
I guess you're
sweat.
testing them today.
I'm not worried about sweating these pants. So I'm a strictly jeans guy. Every once in a while I get wild. I wear a pair of khakis, right? But I'm not like a colorful pants guy. But these pants were too good a deal to pass up.
Oh.
Where are they from?
They're Lululemon pants.
Oh, all right. So they got into the pants game.
They've been they've been in the pants game. All right, so for those who don't know,
I thought they just
they
made-
got into the pants.
they've been in the
they have
pants game.
everything.
Yeah.
I just thought they made like workout stuff.
So I guess maybe they used to, but like these look like regular pants, right?
Yeah.
Right? Look how high my leg goes. They're so stretchy. Look how high. Look at my range of motion in my pants.
Stop doing that.
No,
Yeah.
look and check it out.
Yeah, no, I
check it
can't
out.
look. I can't look.
If you're watching on the live stream, you're very impressed. My foot is almost to my head. No, so for those who don't know, Lululemon is a ridiculously overpriced, expensive brand of clothes.
Yeah, the minimum thing in there is $100.
Yeah,
and you get nothing.
It's insane. They have a location on Monroe Ave in Pittsford, which is the perfect place for Lululemon.
Oh, yeah.
And I would never spend that kind of money on anything I would wear. Here's the problem.
You get sucked in to Big Lulu.
No, she's not kidding.
But I think guys get sucked in worse than women. I don't know if it's like because you're so obsessed with like the sweat aspect of it.
So the sweat is big because the sweat doesn't
Yeah.
show up in the pants or the shirt. Here's what's even better. For big men, broad-shouldered, powerful-thighed men, much like your husband, Kimmy.
Big Lulu guy himself.
Yeah, the pants fit better than any pants I've ever had in my life.
Because they stretch.
They're stretchy. The way that they're cut, they're cut differently, so it gives you room for your thighs. So I don't have to fear when I squat down and I'm going to blow the inside of the seam out.
Yeah, but what's the
Well,
whack on it?
Be careful.
So
Don't jump to conclusions. My husband did blow out a pair of Lululemon.
No,
It's like
he
he ripped the
didn't.
crotch?
They were very. He had them for a long time.
Right.
So
I didn't
it's
think that was scientifically possible.
those were the ones that he took in, and they were like, "Oh, we could fix that."
So you would ask what they cost. Like a pair of pants like this is normally like $140 to $170.
That's like a pair of dress pants for a suit.
That didn't make you sound any better than me right now. So yes, it's ridiculous. It's
Yeah.
obscenely expensive.
Like
and I'm-
you would spend like that for like a wedding suit.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
you're
seriously.
right. So I'm not going to spend that kind of money. But Lululemon, like twice a year, they do this thing called the We Made Too Much sale.
Oh,
online.
okay. So they drop it.
Exactly. So it's like 50 to 70% off all their stuff that they've made too much of, which is great. Only problem is the stuff that they have on super sale is always like their weirdest colors.
Colors.
Yeah.
And they
it's
make
the stuff they didn't sell.
Exactly, which is why I have olive green pants on, because I got these pants for like $45, which is way too good a deal to pass up because the quality's fantastic and they're unbelievably comfortable and you're not going to see any of my ass sweat. But now I have to walk around in a pair of olive green pants.
Yeah, but nobody's gonna know. I mean, it's a drab color, so it doesn't like stick
Drab?
out.
I was gonna say more just a neutral. I would not have noticed your pants if you didn't point them
Like
out.
if those were white or pink, you know what I mean?
I almost went white.
Or
Or
red.
No,
Just don't go white pants.
that would look super weird.
No, you can do white pants if you're selling ice cream.
Yeah, like,
No,
where
you
would you
can't
wear
wear-
white pants?
Big people should wear bright colors. It just doesn't look good.
Well, I thought it was okay. Good. I'm glad I made the olive green decision. So here's the problem when it comes to men. Anything out of the ordinary in your clothing, when it comes to color or cut or accessory, stands out times 1,000 because most men have one standard look, at least in Rochester. Jeans or like tan khakis, sweatshirt, ball cap or beanie.
Yeah.
And anything outside of that, like if the color of the pants changes, if you have like a bright colored shirt on, if your coat has like designs on it, you stand out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
Because like my fear was like in these pants, I'd be walking around Wegmans and be like, "Oh, what did this guy? What do you serve and only change your uppers?" Like I don't know. Like I feel like an idiot in olive green pants, but I'm so comfortable.
Well, as long as you're comfortable, Pat. Who cares what people think? Right?
Did you notice his pants when you walked in?
No, I actually didn't.
Okay, good. That all worked out. The other thing too, I'm starting to come to terms with in my life. Like I know this isn't a thing for you because you've been a little rich boy your whole life.
True.
Kimmy, when it came to clothes when you were growing up,
Yeah.
did you get quality clothes?
So when I was like younger, it was always Sears.
Okay.
Sears was like my parents' go-to. Like, this is where we're going to do our school shopping.
Where America shops for
Everybody,
value.
like, the whole family would go. My dad would take
Yeah.
my brother to the boys section. My mom and I would shop in the girls section. And then, like,
She'd
when I
also
got,
end up in the boys section.
and then when I got older and became more aware of, like, hey, kids
Lame.
like labels. You know what I mean? That's when I started to really fight for, like, the Aeropostale or the American Eagle. And my parents were, I remember my mom being a little bit more cool with Aeropostale because it was a little cheaper than the other stuff.
It was the affordable.
But yeah, like American Eagle was like my top tier choice.
All right, so if you grew up with not a lot of money,
Yeah.
you may have had the same experience I did. There's a defense mechanism when you can't afford nice things. And the defense mechanism is, well, that stuff's overpriced.
It is. And it is.
It
And
is overpriced.
Absolutely, you're paying for a
Not
label.
worth it.
Okay, and that's just it. Well, I'm just paying for the label. It's the same as the
Right.
stuff. And blah, 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 blah. I'm going to go buy my Zone jeans from Kaufman's, which blow out in the thigh immediately
Yeah.
instead of the jeans from, like, American Eagle or
Yeah.
whatever. But here's the problem.
What?
We're lying to ourselves. We're lying to ourselves because I remember the day I was shown the light like it was yesterday.
This would sound like a religion.
I had been dating my wife we were like engaged. We'd been together like 6 months, and she found a really quality pair of jeans on sale, and she got them for me. And I go, I'm not gonna wear these. They're too fancy, too expensive.
Right.
I got my Old Navy jeans, and I'm happy with my
Just
Old Navy.
as good.
These Old Navy jeans
Yeah.
cost $15, and that's what I need to spend on jeans.
Okay.
And I put on the pants, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. And then I kept wearing them, and they didn't start to blow out. They didn't wear in the crotch, right? Like the ass didn't start to get white
Yeah.
where I was bending over. And it was better quality.
All right.
And although they were more expensive,
Yeah.
I got more out of them because I had them for longer. And it
Yeah,
was hard
right.
to reconcile this poor kid idea in my head that it was overpriced because it turns out I've been lying to myself the whole time. Here's the problem, Tommy. I'm still not going to spend the money on that expensive stuff for the quality.
No.
I'm not going to do it.
Because it's too much.
It is. It's too much.
It's hard to bite the bullet and pull the trigger.
But I'm also aware that in buying the cheaper stuff, I'm probably in the long run spending more money.
Yeah, because you're going to burn through this stuff.
Exactly.
Or like you buy it and it doesn't really fit quite right, so you find yourself not really even wearing it all that often.
Yeah, which you do all the time. You buy something that doesn't fit, just hangs in your closet.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's this constant battle between do I spend the money to have something I'm going to have for a long time that looks really good, or do I chintz out so I can spend my money on other stuff, all while knowing 6 months from now when I blow out the thigh seam in these pants, I got to get new ones.
I think most people would chintz out, obviously.
But I still find myself getting mad at prices of things, even stuff I don't want. Like as a kid, like never got Abercrombie. Like all the kids that got Abercrombie, I made that argument. It's the same thing as American Eagle. It's the same thing as Aeropostale, just different label, different logo. But now I go in there and I'm like, this stuff's so overpriced. Like I still find myself with the same. Like I still get angry about it now, even though I don't even want to buy it half the time. It's just that mentality is still in my head.
No, to her point, I think what you end up spending in your life is set in stone at like 17 years old.
Oh, you lock into a price zone?
I think so. Or like just
But it's hard because everything just goes up in price.
I mean, like price area. You're right. Like things go up in price, but like I'm going to spend where I can spend this much, I'd rather spend this much. Right? Like if you're a kid that had a bunch of stuff when you were younger.
I hated those kids.
And you grow up and it doesn't work out for you financially.
Yeah.
You still see those people spend money they don't have on stuff.
Yeah. What?
I didn't say anything.
What are you talking about?
No, I don't know.
What?
Man lives in another woman's house. Makes
these are just
$4 an hour.
These are Sears pants, I think.
Those are not Sears pants because you wouldn't get bell-bottom hems on your Sears pants. I mean, you spend your
Italian sweaters.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of money on clothes.
Yeah, no, and clothes we can't even see, like your undies.
But big quality guy.
My undies.
But you
underwear is key, though. Like, underwear is, like, the most important thing. Underwear and socks, like, those are the first. That's the foundation of clothes that you have to be comfortable in.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're lying to yourself.
Because you're walking and your balls are wagging.
You're lying to yourself.
Walking and a wagging.
Wagging and a walking.
walking. There ain't no cheese in China. What?
But there's cheese on them balls.
Oh, ask your mom.
I will punch you in your stupid $400 shoes.
Why do you
face.
bring up my balls?
I don't know, man.
You brought him up.
Well, yeah, but he jumped on them.
I jumped on your balls.
You totally jumped on my cheesy balls. What were you saying?
I forget what I was saying.
No, what,
It's
you're-
gone. No, I forget what I was going to say
gone
to
too
you.
far.
It's gone.
You were
It's
talking
over.
about clothes.
Yes,
and
thank you.
spending-
Thank you. We're talking about no, this
me
guy-
spending too much money on clothes.
It's gone. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We were talking about saving money versus spending for quality, and I guess this really applies to absolutely everything, with the exception of food, because food burns quick, right? Like things that you own and possess, like a vehicle, for example. Right?
Yes, the big one.
Right,
Instead of your house.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, it's hard to know how quality a house is until you've lived in the house for
Yeah.
a while, right?
Yeah.
Because I got hosed on that one. Oh, this house looks really nice. 3 years later. But, like, you have the ability to research cars,
Yeah.
right? You know which cars cost more money. They can tell you how long, on average, they're going to last.
And now more than ever, you see all the reviews.
Exactly.
You know, customers, things like that.
Exactly. So you have a choice to go lower up front and pay the maintenance costs and maybe have to buy a car sooner,
Yeah.
as opposed to spending the money. But I also think there's a negative to spending the money on some brands because what's the word I'm looking for? As much as people want them,
Yeah.
you also know certain brands make you look immediately like a douche,
That's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
right?
Like the quality's not worth the image.
Yeah, like the BMW, the Mercedes, the fill in the blank.
Well, I always laugh at people that own like those like baby BMWs and baby Mercedes that aren't like the higher and
Like
what's
the
like,
low- like
you
the
just
cheapest
wanted
of
a
the-
Mercedes at any cost.
Okay.
Because that's not like your top shelf Mercedes.
So just to be clear,
Those are taxis in Saudi Arabia.
although I agree with you,
Yeah.
it is a little ridiculous that a man who lives in the most affluent suburb in town only because he gets to live in his wife's house for free is going to sit here and criticize people that are driving Mercedes.
But I'm the best one to judge because I see it all the time.
no, but you can't afford a Mercedes. Like,
No.
if you could afford a Mercedes and said that out loud, yeah, that makes perfect
well,
sense.
Well, I
everybody
always-
would buy top shelf if you could.
Well, so there you go. You just argued against your own point.
But I'm not going to go low shelf.
Low top shelf. You
Yeah.
would 100%, if you could afford that entry-level Mercedes, be driving my balls.
I don't think maybe
My
in
cheesy
another
balls.
maybe in another place, but not here. To your point, like just weather-wise, it doesn't seem like it's a
I
very.
don't know who you're showing off for, man.
What are you talking about? Walk around Pittsford, who you're showing off for.
No, but to her point, it's the weather's raggedy. The car's filthy half the time. It's not like you're driving around Miami where the car's
Yeah.
going to look good and you can show it off
How often do you get your car washed?
once a week.
You get your
Do
car
you
washed
really?
once a week.
Well, I bought the Royal
You
thing.
gotta get the most out of it.
The Royal Club.
You like going through the car wash.
I like keeping a clean car.
Okay. The fact that you
But I
go-
ain't got no high-end car.
No, but the fact that you go through the car wash once a week in the car that you drive tells me if you could afford entry-level Mercedes, you'd be driving the check me out, guys. I'm a drug dealer from 1988. Check out my pager. High quality, cellular one. We got a dynamite splurge on the pants kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we've already started bitching it out.
Well, quit being a bitch. Got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. And it's been a week of Mom Vics, man.
We got another one?
We got another one, 52-year-old woman. She fits the
Ooh,
bill.
that's dead. That's bullseye mama.
It is, but this woman is different because she's actually going to face punishment that we rarely see.
Oh, like lock up?
Yeah, Mom Vic's face. And it creates a question. What is your responsibility when mama, at this age, is going to jail?
Like the family?
Well, there's a whole bunch of things that are
Okay.
all of a sudden going to fall in your lap.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
There are a couple of jobs that folks lifelong want to achieve. And all of these jobs come with respect from the community.
All right.
Having one of these jobs your entire life would be an accomplishment. But we're about to introduce you to a man from our area who has had all of them.
Wow, ran the
And
table.
currently has all of them. And he left the job that pays him the most money for a reason that we can't fully understand.
Oh.
We'll tell you this
Okay.
man's story and what he's about to do next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are a handful of jobs that just ooze respect from the community.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And if you're lucky enough to have one of these jobs your entire life, right, you're going to have people reaching out, shaking your hand, saying thank you.
Wow.
What if I told you there is a man who, when he's all said and done with what he's trying to accomplish, will have had 4 of these jobs?
Wow.
4 of these jobs.
At the same time?
I guess, technically, yes.
How do you do that?
4 jobs that every little boy, when he's a kid growing up, wants to have, pretends to be. Mm-hmm. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, we know the Bills season's over. And one of the reasons that happened is because of Bills kicker Tyler Bass. Not his fault. It's a 44-yard field goal, right? It's a tough thing. He went through some rough times right after.
Yeah.
But there's been a ray of sunshine because Bills Mafia did what they did, and they showered a charity that he loves with money beyond their wildest dreams.
Fantastic.
The only question is, a charity like this,
Yeah.
what the hell do you do with this much money?
Well, I mean, you're going to help the children.
No, well, it's not for children.
Well, then you're going to help the people.
It's not for people.
Well, then you're going to... I'm out of stuff.
We'll get to it. Just
Save
after
the trees?
6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, let me introduce you to Dr. Scott Glick.
Mr. Old Doc Lick?
Yep, he's an MD, a doctor. He worked as an ER doc at Thompson Hospital in Canandaigua.
Right.
And that's a stressful, big-time job.
Boy.
Yeah.
So back in 2020, while working as an ER doctor, he joined the Oaks Corners Fire Department as an EMS worker.
So
Okay.
he's a doctor and he's doing the ambulance.
You got it. So which is pretty unique. You very rarely see MDs go out and work like
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah.
While he was there, he also decided to learn how to be a firefighter.
Okay.
So
How does he find the time to do all this?
look, man, I don't know what Dr. Scott Glick does with his free time, but it sounds like he just wants to help people.
Yeah.
Or he doesn't want to go home.
He
But
doesn't-
go ahead.
Could be that.
Doesn't
I don't
want
even
any
know.
free time.
Maybe
Yeah.
he doesn't have a home. Maybe he was just sleeping in a
Because
bunk
all
at the
3 of
firehouse.
those jobs would eat up a lot of time.
You'd think so.
All right.
You'd think so. So at one point, he was working as an ER doc, an EMS volunteer, and a volunteer firefighter. And while working as an EMS worker and volunteer firefighter on top of the ER doc stuff, he started becoming interested in a police officer job, having worked side by side with them. So interested, in fact, he decided he wanted to try it for himself.
To want to be a cop.
Okay.
Yes.
There's a regular cop.
You got it. Back in August, he took a leave of absence from the hospital. He put himself through the Rural Police Academy at SUNY Potsdam, a program that he completed in December. And this week, Dr. Scott Glick was sworn in as a member of the Ontario County Sheriff's Department.
So he's a cop.
He is a cop.
He's a fireman.
He's a firefighter.
He's an
EMS worker.
EMS, and he's an actual doc.
Yeah.
And a MD doctor. He has academy training left to do.
Okay.
And then he will start road patrol field training next month.
So he could be a part of any emergency response, any emergency responder.
Yeah.
Whatever he's feeling that day.
Yeah, like, hey, I'm going to put on this hat today.
The only one I would be worried about is the doctoring.
Why?
Because he's an emergency room doctor.
Sure.
Yeah.
Which means, like, you don't know what's walking in that
And
door.
you see the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
Worst of the worst, and
Yeah.
you got to react. If he comes in,
Well, it sounds like he
Okay.
double shift
putting
down there.
that to the
He
side
has
for now.
taken a leave of
Yeah.
absence from the hospital to be a police officer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He took a leave of absence to
But
go into the
you,
academy.
so you gave up the big money job.
Yeah, which is, I think, the most
Yeah.
unique part about this is, yes.
Unless he's banked so much money, he can just play now.
Or
It's-
maybe it could be. I mean, that job has to be exhausting,
Oh,
but
yeah.
so are the other ones.
Well, so that's what's so
Yeah,
funny,
they're all
right?
stress
Yeah.
jobs,
So
man.
to Kimmy's point, I mean, when COVID hit, hospitals became overrun, and we heard
Yeah.
a lot about burnout from people that work in medicine. And even at this moment, we told you the other day that Strong Hospital broke a record for the most patients they've ever had. It was last week. Currently,
Because they got too many old folk in there.
yeah, they're overrun. Like all the hospitals in our area are overrun with patients right now. That takes a toll on nurses and doctors and folks that work in that thing. But Kimmy, to your point, if you were looking for a break from that, why would you pick the 3 other most stressful possible jobs?
Just one of those. It's got to be just one of those people with a lot of energy
Yeah,
that
well,
needs
gotta
to
hope so.
channel it
Yeah.
in some way. Like there are just those people out there where it's just go go go, and they thrive on it.
You know, it's funny, Tommy. You said, you left the one that makes the most money, being an MD, right? And maybe he banked enough cash. So this guy doesn't look like he's older than like 50.
Okay.
And I can tell you from personal experience, no matter how much cash you banked, med school loans are expensive.
Yeah, by 50, you should be out from underneath that
Depending on
financial
what-
blanket. No?
Maybe not.
Man, you're making
I mean, look,
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah. Do you know what medical school costs? You know how long you're in medical school for? And
Yeah, but he went to medical school way back.
yeah, and then like you have to do residency where you make like $40,000 a year,
Right.
which is a lot of money, but
Yeah,
you don't
but
have
yeah.
any other way to make money. You're working 24 hours a day,
Paying
which means a
loans.
lot of people have to take loans out on that, and you're not paying on your loans at that point. It's a thing.
I didn't know all doctors were poor.
Well, they're not poor, but you still have the loans, right?
Right.
Like you're making enough money to pay the loans back being a doctor. I don't know if as an entry-level police officer, you're making enough money to pay back medical school
wouldn't
loans,
think.
which would make this story even more remarkable.
Well, the guy, yeah, he wants to serve.
So this guy, Dr. Scott Glick, who is now an Ontario County Sheriff's officer, sheriff's deputy, he's a doctor cop.
Yeah.
Dr. Cop.
No, Doc Cop.
Doc Cop.
That would be the CBS fall lineup.
How did you
Coming
know?
up at the CSI, it's Doc Cop.
It absolutely sounds like a commercial
Yes, it
you
does.
would see during a Bills game. He was saving lives in the ER, and now he's changing lives.
By
I'm
the way,
running down the criminals.
How did they not write that story?
Doc Cop after Cedric the Entertainer thing. Also, his dog can talk.
I'm guessing though, if you're this guy, anytime, whatever job you're working, whether it's firefighter, EMS, cop, everybody's going, like if you show up to any emergency situation where somebody's hurt, like you're taking the reins. Like
Yeah, that's a
you're
lot of
going to
pressure.
look at that guy and be like, what do we do?
Yeah, you're right.
You
And
know?
on top of that, if you are in a situation where you need some kind of emergency help and they call 911, because like for every emergency, they'll send the fire department and the police department. If this guy shows up, you have hit the first responder lottery.
Dude, you ain't kidding me.
There is nothing.
Whatever problem you have.
You don't
Yes.
need to send anybody.
Yes,
He's got it.
He's a one-man sheriff's
He
department.
kind of is.
Because like, think about it. Like Kimmy, like you said, there is not a situation.
There's nobody more qualified on that ambulance, on that fire truck to give medical attention than you.
All right.
If you're a small rural town
Mm-hmm.
with a very tight budget,
Yes.
I would hire this guy and nobody else to do all those
Well,
jobs.
no, you need.
He would just be my guy.
Go to.
He doesn't sleep. He doesn't eat.
Nothing happens overnight.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about Dr. Scott Glick. Back in 2020, while working as an ER doc at Thompson Hospital in Canandaigua, he joined the Oaks Corners Fire Department as an EMS worker. He then decided he wanted to become a firefighter, so he was those two things volunteering while working as a doctor. He started working side by side with police officers in emergency situations, became interested in that job.
I could do that.
Decided he wanted to try, so he took a leave of absence from the hospital, put himself through the Royal Police Academy at SUNY Potsdam. He completed that in December, and this week, Dr. Scott Glick was sworn in as a member of the Ontario County Sheriff's Department. After he completes his academy training, he starts road patrol field training, and he will be Doc Cop.
That guy's schedule is more jammed up than Trump's. Like every time they show like Trump's schedule for the month, like the guy doesn't have a day off. By the way, you never want to work with old Doc Glick
Why?
because you can never complain from him about anything.
No,
you can't be
No, you're
tired.
right.
Yeah,
You're
right.
right.
Can't have any problems.
You're right.
Right. You know, I don't feel like doing that.
Do you have to call him doctor?
Oh, that's a good question. As a police officer?
Yeah, like if you're just his coworker.
Because he
how
earned
do
the
you refer to
MD. I
him?
mean, he earned
But
the
he's
MD.
also an officer, right?
Yeah.
But, okay, so officer, doctor officer?
Dr. Officer Fireman Glick, Sir EMT.
Do you think they put the doctor on his police name badge? Because he earned the MD.
Yeah,
He's got
I know.
it.
I know.
And that's probably a nice little feather in the cap for the Ontario County Sheriff's Department.
So you'd be Officer Doc Glick.
Officer Dr. Glick.
All right. That's a lot to put on a name badge.
Freeze! Officer Dr. Glick. Like, you would also...
You think like 5 guys are standing there?
You mean your fantasy? Does he just like wearing uniforms?
He's just in it for the shoes.
Well,
It
no,
seems
like-
like he's a
The
guy.
shiny black shoes.
Again, sounds right up your alley.
He seems like a guy that just wants to do it to see if he can do it.
Okay.
Like he challenges himself.
Yeah.
Well, that's the cynical view, and I understand that, right? Like, I get it. There are people that just constantly want to challenge.
Yeah.
The not cynical view, Kimmy, is this man just has it in him where he wants to help people.
Oh, I think it's a combo of both, obviously.
Well, I don't know. There are times where you see jobs like firefighter, police officer, doctor, EMS worker, and those people aren't in it because they want to help folks. Those people are in it for the recognition of the job.
Okay.
Right.
And as a guy who grew up the son of a police officer, I can tell you from firsthand experience, those people exist.
If you, we don't know if this guy's married or what his situation is, but like if you were a single guy with all these titles and you met somebody for the first time, I would think you're lying.
You would have to be lying.
Like there's no way you could do all of those things.
All right, let me ask you a question. All right, let's say you walk into a bar as a single man, because we don't know anything about this guy's background. You have all 4 of those titles, doctor, EMT, firefighter, cop, but you can only use one to pick up a woman. which one works the best?
Doctor.
Why?
Because you would be the wealthiest of those titles.
Oh, so you think they're all gold diggers?
Oh yeah, on a Friday night at the bar in Canandaigua, yeah, it's gold digging night, baby. Yeah, I would go doctor first because of the money.
I'm leading with firefighter.
Yeah.
That's the sexiest of them, as we've seen with Kimmy's husband not wearing a shirt and calendar.
But I would say, like, if you're gonna base it on bank, you would go doctor, cop, firefighter, EMT, which is volunteer.
Well, the firefighters also
volunteer probably.
Yeah,
but cops, I think, would make more money than firefighters.
that I don't know. It might be around the same.
Right. I don't know.
Well, you can't have one without the other.
True.
Right? It's not like you're going to hand a cop a hose. What? You go back and watch historical that never looked good. No, but cop is impressive. Like, again, being the son of a cop, I saw what women wear guys in uniforms. But there's something about firefighter that just seems to be...
Well, it's more heroic, maybe?
Is that what it is?
Because you're running into buildings and pulling people out.
Yeah. You're putting yourself in danger. Well, I guess you could say that about any of them.
But I'm thinking, if a woman's looking for a provider, the doctor, you're thinking in your head, makes the most money long term.
But maybe you're not around because of the hours, though. There is like a drawback maybe to using doctor
you
first.
Want them home? Make the money. I'll see you Saturday night.
For God's no, Saturday night he's on call. He's got to go to the hospital. He's not even there.
Oh, even better.
My wife didn't get home till 7:30 last night.
Yeah, but she's thinking I'll go out and spend the idiot some money while he's out there killing him.
It's her, but for God's sake.
No, I'm saying like as a woman looking at a
what a terrible way to start out there. Oh, you ladies just want money. Like firefighter's the sexiest uniform on.
Yeah, them,
right?
True.
I think though the doctor might be the most unique in how often do you meet a doctor?
You're right.
Like in that way. So maybe like you're going with the more unique aspect.
But they won't be but like if you're looking for a woman to find somebody attractive, I would say yes, you're going to go firefighter, cop, EMT. I put doc at the bottom.
And like when it comes to like sexual attraction,
that's what I'm saying. Like that, the doctor goes to the bottom as far as just looks.
Well, I'm even saying physically, right? Like if you're talking like guys men and women between the ages of like 25 and 45 having those jobs. You are most likely to be in the best physical shape being a firefighter or a police officer.
Sure.
Once you hit 45, especially for you firefighters, all bets are off. Right. Man, I get that chili's really good.
Food.
Come on. I mean, your husband's already he's trying to learn how to cook.
Yes, he is.
All right. So if you are out in Ontario County and you call 911, pray to God that doctor, cop, firefighter, EMT, Scott Glick is the one that answers the call. Let's take a break.
Yeah.
Like any charity support is good.
Absolutely.
Or you want to help out folks that need the help. And, one man's unfortunate moment in one of the biggest moments of his career has led to some good thanks to what Bill's Mafia does every time this happens.
I never knew this charity or this thing existed.
There's a lot of them out there.
But like
this
is
specific.
like, I didn't know like you just zeroed in on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, look, it's great they have the money and everything.
Oh, yeah.
But like, what does a charity like this now do with this much money?
And
So
it's
they're
still
just
growing. Like
wow.
the money keeps rolling in. I think they're going to be on like the Today Show or something
really?
this morning, which means they're going to get even more donations.
Oh, yeah.
When you hear how much money they've got as of last night, you're not going to believe it.
Okay.
And we'll tell you next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. a great ending coming from a not so great situation.
Oh.
And Bill's Mafia, they're known for this type of
Oh,
thing.
they step up.
But the money raised for this charity is different than the ones in the past. Because all the other charities we've seen money raised for, they literally need all the money they can get. It's an infinite amount of funds they would need to accomplish their goal. Whereas this place may now have more money than they can ever use.
Ooh.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we got to bitch it out.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater and a Mom Vic story that is different from all the rest we've ever had. Because this woman is going to actually face serious punishment.
Wow.
And when Mom ends up locked up, what's your responsibility?
Okay.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So it's been a rough couple of days for Bills kicker Tyler Bass.
Yeah.
He misses the potential game-tying field goal Sunday night. He then deactivates his social media after some folks reportedly sent him death threats
Yeah.
for missing a field goal in a divisional playoff game.
Not happy.
Look, I'm not saying you should death threat anybody, but the divisional?
Hey.
Not even the
Calm
AFC
down,
Championship?
everybody.
It's a death threat? Okay. So, as Bills Mafia does, they wanted to show Tyler Bass how much they loved him.
So what they do?
Well, Tyler's connected to a charity that works sheltering cats that were scheduled to be euthanized. They take care of the cats so they can live. They try and adopt them out.
All right.
And when Bills Mafia wants to do a good thing, their calling card is flood the charity of a player or their community with a ton of cash. And they did just that. Yesterday, this small cat shelter supported by Tyler Bass surpassed over $250,000 in donations from Bills fans.
So this is not a national charity. This is a local Buffalo
think it's a Western New York.
shelter.
Yeah.
That was the impression I got.
I think
Wow.
so.
Could you? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kimmy.
Well, so because when I was reading one story about it, he partnered with like an animal abuse group and then somehow filtered through this rescue group. So I don't know if it's like under a bigger umbrella or if it's just this specific one. I'm not sure.
Could you do me a favor? Because I looked last night around 4 o'clock. Could you see, Kimmy, what the donations are at for this cat shelter right now?
So Pussycat Rich.
A couple of them.
Oh yeah.
And look, the story is great. You got to think this is going to put a smile on Tyler Bass's face that he needs seriously.
Oh yeah.
But we haven't heard from him yet.
Well, I kind of get it. If
Yeah.
people are threatening to kill you, you lay low for a little while. But can I ask a question that I know everyone is thinking and no one wants to ask out loud?
Yeah. What's up?
What is a cat shelter going to do with over $250,000?
I guess buy food.
How much? What are
what
you going
else?
to buy?
I don't know,
him?
maybe they can-
Vet
Caviar?
bills. Yeah.
I don't know how it works, but maybe they could build like a facility or something for
Okay.
I mean, like usually like it's a pretty small budget thing, so maybe they could make the operation bigger with
Okay.
that much money.
So, like, here's the thing. I don't know what it costs to take care of a single cat, but it can't be a lot of money.
No.
And because they seem like the more economical pet compared
They're
to a
they
dog.
maintain themselves.
Yeah.
They feed themselves.
And cats, it feels like they're not born. They just sort of materialize. Like, I'm not kidding. Right now, if you want a cat, just close your eyes and concentrate really hard. And when you open your eyes, there will be a cat in your lap. That's how cats are born.
Yeah.
How is this charity going to spend all the money they were gifted on behalf of Tyler Bass? And further, Tommy, based on stories we've seen like this, it feels like maybe this won't end well for the charity based on how dickish people can be.
Oh yeah.
They want to
For
see
sure.
where the money's spent. I mean, we kind of saw it. I mean, with the Damar Hamlin thing, it was one of those things where I haven't seen anybody say it, but somebody did like a follow-up story, like, where is that money going?
So, to that point,
Yeah.
if you look at the other charities that Bills Mafia has flooded with donations, Bengals quarterback Andy Dalton, he helps the Bills end the drought. They donate millions of dollars to a hospital in his name. Hospital can use all the money they can get,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Then, same thing happened when Josh Allen's grandmother passed away. Bills Mafia donated so much money, the Children's Hospital is now named after her.
Dorothy Allen.
Patricia.
Close enough.
Kimmy brought up Damar Hamlin's Chasing M Foundation. They made multi-millions of dollars. My brother donated some money, and they send him on a monthly basis what they're doing with the cash. But all of that money went
accountability.
But it helped kids and communities across the country. It helped further the efforts of first responder training for everyday folks. So situations like Damar was in don't happen again, and we're seeing where this money is going. All of those examples. In that charity, there's not enough money you can give them because they will always need it. Do folks feel like that about a cat shelter?
Maybe cats are underserved because dogs get all the
Yeah, that
the
could
pub.
be.
Okay.
because it's always dogs, right?
Yeah.
Even when they show me like those ads for like helping pets, they're always going to show me that shivering dog out in the middle of a junkyard somewhere.
Sure.
They don't show you the cat.
Yeah, you don't hear a lot about it.
Well, but like
maybe cats need a little something.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not a good thing. I'm just saying cats can like live outside. There's a thing called an outdoor cat. You know what an outdoor dog is? A wolf.
Yes.
Right? Like if you just set all
dogs
the cats,
are very independent.
Yeah.
I mean, the cats are very independent. Yes.
Like I'm asking a serious question. I'm not a cat person. Yeah. If you took all the cats in this shelter and you just let them loose, would they live?
Yeah. Because they're foragers. They're hunters.
Okay. You're also not a cat person, so I don't trust you.
No, but like cats, I know will, like, if you have a mouse problem, you get a cat. Like, if you go to any horse barn,
okay,
they always have cats because the cats will eat all the rats, all the mice.
Okay.
They are your little exterminators.
Gotcha.
So, like, they serve a function where dogs don't.
I understand. I'm not crapping on cats here. What I'm getting at is, and yes, don't call me. I understand if you set all the cats free, you're going to have a billion cats. Can't do that. The point I'm making is, if you set the dogs free, dogs are going to die.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You set the cats free, it's almost like you're keeping them in a prison where if you cut them loose, they'd be like, hey, okay, fine, I can do this too.
And I always assume, too, like, no little boy wants a cat.
No, that's not true.
You always see, like, a little girl holding a kitty cat and wants a cat. I never see little boys wanting a cat.
I think like kids love any pet, right?
Yeah, but
especially if you brought a kitten in here, you would want to pick up and play with the kitten.
But if you brought a dog and a kitten in here, get the hell out of here. I'm going for the dog.
Get that cat out of the way.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like you always. All right. So you have two little girls.
Yes.
You have two choices.
Okay.
Adorable Labrador puppy.
Yeah.
Or adorable kitty. Which one is going to get more play walking in the door?
Well, the puppy's going to get more play.
It's a headliner, man.
No, I get it.
It's a total. You're Southside Johnny opening up for Bruce, man.
But we're not comparing.
You're good, but you're always going to be a bar act.
Kimmy's right. There's nothing to do. The question isn't dog versus cat. The question is how much money do you need to take care of cats?
I don't think you need any. Because I don't think most people care about cats.
Well, enough people care where they've donated $250,000.
They care about the kid.
Yeah, so as of last night, it was $270,000.
Holy Christ!
So I do wonder because I know that there are some like rescue groups that work together, but then there are some like rescue groups that get really competitive with each other, like they're doing it wrong, and it's kind of like a drama-filled thing. So I'm wondering, like, if this particular group, like if they have other groups that they work with, or if they're because you could spread that money out across other groups.
You could. Well,
unless like you don't get along with the other groups, and then you're probably going to keep it for yourself.
Well, it's interesting you say that because we got Facebook messages coming in. I see you guys on hold. We'll get to you in a second. We're talking about Tyler Bass misses that field goal against the Chiefs the other night. Word is he's getting death threats from some people. So Bills Mafia, as they do, picked a charity that he supports and just flooded it with money. It's a small cat shelter in Western New York. They've raised, as you heard Kimmy just say, over $270,000.
Yeah, of last night, so it could have grown since then.
What does a cat shelter do with $270,000? Brady writes us on Facebook. If this charity was cool, they would take a little bit of it and give the rest to a more important charity. This charity believes it's important, or else it wouldn't exist.
Right, yes.
Other people, yeah.
Could you imagine
Everybody
that statement?
has their thing.
Like if they came out, hey guys, listen, we're not all that important, so we're going to give the bulk of this money to a charity we're not a part of, but is doing way better stuff than we are. We should actually be there helping them right now.
Yes.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, what's going on, buddy?
You got to look at vet bills, spay, neutering. They're going to a foster home, so the pet toys, the little stand, and all the junk for that, plus the food.
Okay, look, I get that there are costs.
I understand they don't need $270,000, but it's a nice charity, and they should. And I'm glad for the Bills Mafia stepping up.
No, absolutely. Look. It's a great story. And you're right. These people should take all
this
this money.
I can sound more condescending.
What?
You need your little toys.
He's trying to explain where the cost
be over
goes.
here. You got to be neutered.
Like freaking Norwood now.
Because you're a bunch of whores.
So it's just eating on them, and this is a cheer up.
All right. No, I'm with you.
I hope he knows that this is going on. I would assume
how do
he
you
does.
not know this is going on? 270,000. You don't think any of his friends called me like, hey, man, did you see what happened?
Yeah, you're like positive out of that whole game.
Yeah.
All right, great day.
Petey, see you. Pete got bored with us.
Yes.
He's got money to go raise for cats.
I guess you
funny.
could build a facility for him.
Well, Kimmy said that.
Oh,
Yeah.
you didn't say that?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear it.
I do wonder. You know what was funny about this whole thing is it started.
You could
with,
build a facility for him.
You could do that. So Bills Mafia gets the credit initially, and then Chiefs fans are like, "We are also donating," and then all of a sudden Steelers fans came out of nowhere and were like, "We also donated to the cause."
Well, so
but I didn't get where the Steelers came into
I feel like
play.
the Bills did something for the Steelers.
Is that what it was?
I can't remember what.
Because they like the stories now made it a point to put in Kansas City fans and Pittsburgh fans into the mix.
It's so hard to remember what Bills fans have donated to because it feels like every week there's some charity that people are donating to because of what happened. Maybe it had to do with Damar Hamlin and I don't remember.
If I was a football player, I'd almost want to make up my own charity just to see if I could get
of course
them to,
you would.
Just to see if I could get somebody to donate money to it.
So if they do the cause or my cause, my cleats, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So what would your cleats be?
I want to save all the strip club owners. I want to do a place for aging strip club owners. There's a place for them to go at the end of their life.
I love how your idea is.
It's hospice for strip club owners.
Your idea is committing fraud you'd be caught for immediately.
But it'd be funny to see how much money I could get for the strip club owners.
252.
They've done so much for the community.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, hold on. Let me try this again. Oh, my God. Teddy, you're on CMF, buddy. How's it going?
Teddy?
Teddy?
Morning.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I think. How are you this morning?
Good. You know, you're starting to turn into Indonesian Ben.
Hey, the reason I'm calling is because you guys mentioned about Indonesian money early, right?
No.
Here what I take. The reason is cost a lot of money to taking care of cat because of the name. Do you know what the name is? The cat is
What's
Pussy.
that? Okay. I'm sorry I stepped on your horrible punchline there, Teddy. Teddy, listen.
Yeah.
The last two calls you've made, you've taken a long time to set up terrible jokes. Terrible.
Listen, English is my second language. So you
Me
have to
too.
be-
All right, well, Teddy, here I got two things. Either deliver the joke in your native language next time when you call, or
We're going to start making fun of your tongue.
Okay. All right. Listen up. Tommy, when you going to be retired so I can take your spot?
Teddy, great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Bye.
You know, the best comedians close with English is my second language.
It worked for Yakov Smirnov.
In Indonesia, joke writes you. We got more Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Stacy. Stacy says, everyone's just being mean. The cats need money, too. You can never have too much money to take care of animals that are left behind. They don't have a choice in the matter. I get it. Fine.
Again, but every time I see like a tragedy, I always see like that firefighter or guy walking the dog into the canoe, handing him off. I've never seen like a guy with 4 cats during Katrina trying to get him into the helicopter. But I do see that one like cute dog.
Sure.
Where are them cats, man?
They're swimming. The cats
Yeah,
can swim. And
they
they're taking care of
survived.
themselves.
Yeah.
I love how you're
Oh,
angry.
they're all Michael Phelps all of a sudden.
No, but I love how you're angry because cats are self-sufficient and dogs are just big dumb animals that need us to do everything for them.
But nobody grabs a cat
'Cause
during
you
a
don't
crisis.
know. They
you don't
probably
need to,
do.
though.
Every time
But
you see like
think about it though, cats would be easier to like when people leave their homes. Cats would be an easier animal to bring with you than dogs.
No, the cat hates you
That's
so much
why-
the cat's been out of the house for 10 minutes.
I think them cats don't care about you and they haul ass as soon as they see trouble around the house.
Could be that.
I think they're gone 10 minutes before that forest fire even started.
All right, let's take a break. Everybody, I hope we got to move on. I appreciate it. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we've already started, but we bitching.
Yeah, that's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And, you know, your mother raises you. She loves you. For a lot of people, mom can do no wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But this mom did wrong.
She could be jiving.
This mom did wrong.
Yeah.
And this is a very unique Mom Vic story because for the first time in a long time, we're seeing a woman get actual punishment.
So we're looking at some hard time?
We're looking at mama behind bars, bro.
Hard time, mama?
And when mama ends up behind bars,
Yeah.
you may have a responsibility as a son or daughter.
Oh, you do.
And
You got to take care of your mama. You want to go to heaven? You take care of your mama.
what is that? The newest Ribs Arkansas song? We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCM. What do you know? We have another middle-aged woman arrested for stealing from the place she works. It's like we can write these stories ourselves now, Tommy. But it's the end of the story that is different than any Mom Vic tale we've had. Because this woman is getting punished.
Hard, huh?
And it's not just her who's going to have to deal with the consequences of her actions, Tommy.
I never thought about this, actually. You're right.
You hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second. But it is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or ask when they're shipping off with the Navy based on the bell-bottom hemmed pants they're wearing.
Proud to serve.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of...
I'm Pat Duffy. I want to go down to the Lululemon store and buy me some olive green pants so I can be little olive boy when I'm doing my little kettlebell workouts because I'm just an olive green Lululemon little bitch.
When you can get them for $40, you buy those pants.
That's too much money for regular-ass pants.
I think $40 is an appropriate amount for pants.
Not for olive, man. Nobody pays
Not for olive.
Nobody pays $40 for olive anything.
Look, man, the only color they had left at that price point.
And there's a reason.
Yeah, but they're still comfy, and I'm not going to blow out the thighs. We take all your bitch voices. We wrote it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, you can't wear my shoes because Tommy's got little baby feet. You can't wear them because I'm a normal man and I'm just a little man. You can't wear my little man shoes. So I'm going to go home now because it's 10:01.
Hey, you're talking a lot for a guy. He's running away right now. We could have stopped him.
So I own a drone company local, and
I'm a droney, homie. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want anybody to come with me to the big game on Sunday because I want to sit by myself and enjoy it. You're not going to appreciate it because I'm just a Buffalo Bills little bitch.
I own horses, and I know lots of horses.
I'm a horse lady. You're going to get fired.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I got power. I finally got power as a working man, and I can use it all I want, but I'm scared to do it because I'm a scared-ass power head, but I want to use a little bit.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I want to be the grammar cops, even though I didn't even hardly graduate high school and didn't even go to college because I'm a not knowing nothing little bitch.
What are you scared? What are you scared? Oh, I don't want to take the over, but I'm going to take the over because I want to pander to people listening to the show because I'm a scared-ass pandering ass scared-ass bitch. Take the under if you think
I
it's
can't
under,
win.
you bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I want to dress up like Tony the Townie this morning and walk around like I don't have a job, but I know that everybody's bar schedule this week, and I got everybody's picks in on my squares because I'm just like Tony the Townie little bitch.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Tommy, if I told you we were about to tell the story of a 52-year-old woman who was working as a bookkeeper for a local business, you tell me we're about to discuss...
Busted Mom Vic.
That's right, a Mom Vic. A 52-year-old woman pleaded guilty to writing checks to herself, which she changed in the company's accounting software. Police say she's also accused of paying herself several bonus checks through this payroll system.
Lady Cha-ching.
Here's the funniest part of this story. She also failed to pay her income taxes on that stolen money, which she would have to do because she put it through payroll.
Oh.
Funny, that's also a charge, but it is.
I wonder if that's how she got caught.
It's possible. So when it's all said and done, this
How much?
This 52-year-old woman admitted to stealing just under $267,000.
Damn.
And the charges...
Millionaire.
Does it say over how much time?
We don't have that.
Okay.
But the charges she was facing, both of them felonies. She was sentenced this week.
Yeah.
And the punishment is twofold. She has to pay back that $267,000 in restitution.
Okay.
At 52, that should be no problem.
Yeah.
She also has to pay $16,000 in back taxes to the federal government.
Ooh, she ain't got that.
And in a shocking twist, we never see when it comes to Mom Vics, she's going to jail.
Okay.
This 52-year-old woman was sentenced to 1 to 3 years in state prison. Mama's going away, which is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. So, Tommy, it's possible that so many Mom Vics have been getting a slap on the wrist, and we talk about them all the time here in the break room, that maybe they're going to start making examples.
So they're coming
of women.
down hard on some of these mamas.
Well, Tommy, when's the last Mom Vic you remember getting jail time?
No, it's usually the debate in the room.
Right? And we keep seeing these stories over and over. And if Mama knows now that Mama can get locked up, maybe Mama thinks twice.
All right.
Maybe.
How do you handle your mother going to jail at 52 years old?
It's a disaster.
How so?
For you. I mean, not just take her out of it, what she did.
Yeah.
You don't know what responsibilities she's leaving behind at
Sure.
52.
What responsibilities would a 52-year-old woman have?
Okay, first of all, there's probably some legal fees you're going to have to clear up, right? She probably had to go get a lawyer.
Oh, that's cool. She's got some money stashed away.
Right. There you go. So you might have to sell the house to pay the lawyer.
Okay.
Which means you'd have to liquidate everything in the house, and I guess she would have to sign off on that. So, I mean, there could be so many emotional issues, and then whatever she's left behind, you've got to maintain, right?
Well, and when she gets out of jail,
what do you do with her?
Yeah,
because she's busted.
Okay. So let's talk about that second part.
What do you do when she gets out?
And
well, in and out.
Right.
Well, go ahead.
And at 52, I mean, I don't
She's
know.
done.
Well, no, I'm thinking like if she has kids, they may only be in their 20s.
They could be in high
30.
school.
You could be in high school,
Yeah.
but I would assume 20s to 30s with a 52-year-old woman.
Yeah.
Just based on timeline, standard timelines.
All right.
So, I mean, you may not be in a place where you can financially support anybody but yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it is the worst
So
time.
that could fall on aunts and uncles, her brothers or sisters.
other family members.
Right.
Okay.
Her mother could still and father could still be around, and
you're
they could
right.
be in their 70s,
Yeah.
late 70s. They're going to have to, like, everybody's going to have to pitch in to clean this up if you're going to clean it up.
All right, so the phone number is 252-WCMF because you say everybody has to pitch in. Do they? If
That's another question. Do you want to do that?
At 52 years old, if that is your mom, your sister, your daughter, what obligation do you have to this woman? Because the fact of the matter is, based on the guilty plea, if she didn't steal $267,000,
Nobody would be in the situation.
Yes, she wouldn't be going to jail for 1 to 3
But
years.
do you want to watch your kid suffer as an older parent? Like you're in your 70s. Do you want to see your kid sitting in a joint?
All right, but what about mom? Is it easier to watch your child as an adult suffer or your mother older than you
I
suffer?
think mother.
You think it's easier to watch mom suffer? That person raised you.
Yeah.
They gave you your moral compass.
Right,
They
right.
bandaged
Maybe.
your skin
But
knees.
I'm also wondering, if they're taking money for financial, like, did they ever spend that on me? Like, did they use that to help me in some way, which would also make me, even though I'm not guilty, feel a little bit guilty about it.
I didn't know. How could I know? That doesn't make her a good person. It was stolen
I'm not
money.
saying it makes her a good person, but am I part of the reason why she did it? I don't know.
All right, let me ask you a question, Tom.
Yeah.
So let's say when your mother's 52 years old, you would have been in your early 20s.
Yeah.
Would you feel an obligation to financially support your mother when she got out of jail?
You would have been guilted into it with my family, but I wouldn't have anything to help her with. At 20 years old, I had nothing.
Right.
Like, so even my brothers at that point, they were not wealthy guys when she was 50. They were just they were starting out with families. So the only person that could have helped my mother would have been my father.
Okay.
But he would have been retired. So
He would have had to go get a job?
yeah, especially if it would have sucked him dry.
Well, if she would have done that in the first place, we wouldn't have this problem. Come on, folks. Thank you.
But it screws up the whole it just screws up the family.
No,
like
you're right.
You've just ruined every holiday, birthday, financial situation. You're going to suck all the oxygen out of the room if the family is tight and cares.
So
Yeah.
there's also something else you have to consider here because you're bringing up fathers.
What kind of mom are you getting out when she comes out?
Not what I'm saying. What, you think she's got face tattoos?
You don't know after she's been institutionalized for a while what that system's going to spit out.
How that affects somebody.
Okay. Do you think she had to join a gang to keep herself safe?
You never know.
She's a Latin king now.
Some mom group, some violent mom group.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this 52-year-old woman. She was arrested, long story short, for cutting checks for herself and paying bonuses that weren't hers while she worked as a secretary at an unnamed business, bookkeeper, excuse me. 2 felonies for stealing $267,000 and not paying the taxes on it. She was sentenced to not only restitution, but 1 to 3 years in state prison. It's a unique story because all the mom Vic tales we have, they never go to jail. Think about this. Let's even start with the most simple stuff that would be uncomfortable.
All right.
You know, let's say it's your mom, Kimmy, 52-year-old mom. You're walking through Wegmans. You run into someone from your childhood.
Yeah.
How's your mom doing? Because
Yeah, I know. How do you answer
it's,
that?
It's possible.
2 to 4.
Well,
Do you tell them?
well, I would almost tell them just because I would assume they saw it.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, like stories like this, it's a
Yeah.
small paper story, right? Like this
Yeah,
isn't gonna
but
lead
just
the
in
news.
case, like, I don't want to be seen as like I'm a liar if they already know.
So you would have to lay out.
and think about it, like, if that happened to somebody you know's parent, you would know. It would be talked about.
I don't know.
100%.
I don't know. All right, if they were sincerely asking, because if
Yeah.
they're asking knowing they're dicks,
Yeah.
But if they're sincerely asking, didn't know, would you feel the need to tell them in the middle of Wegmans, my
I'd
mom?
probably brush it off, say something super generic.
I would just say, I haven't heard from her in a while.
Why?
Well, because she's in jail.
What if you got kids of your own?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say mom at 52 is going to do 18 months, right? Year and 6 months. Do you take the kids to jail to see grandma?
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah?
I mean, if they want to see their grandmother, why would you keep them away? I mean,
Do you want to see your grandma like that?
And do you want your kids to know grandma's locked up? Do you even tell them what's going on?
well, if they have an inkling, I mean, you may have to.
Let's say 6, 7 years old, where they would be able to understand, but you could also keep it from them.
I would try. I mean, if you could keep it from them, you would. They're eventually going to find out anyway. Maybe you don't want them to go through this system and see what it's like. Because those benches look really uncomfortable when you're talking.
I mean, when your daughter, I guess the mentality of like a 6, 7-year-old, like, do you think your daughters could handle it? Would you want your daughters to see their grandmother in that way?
That's
just to like this, see the reality of the situation.
It would shatter, because think about your grandma. Think about how everybody feels about your grandma.
Grandma can do no wrong.
If you see the only way you can see grandma is behind plate glass in an orange jumpsuit, that would shatter your traditional image of grandma. I don't think I could bring my kids there. I don't even want to tell my kids grandma got arrested. I would have to lie.
Maybe wait till they're adults to do that.
But they're going to find out before they're adults.
Yeah, but...
You know what I mean?
Okay, you can better handle it at 18, 19, 20 than you can at 6 or 7.
So what's the age appropriate word? Because they do have ones where it's not behind glass. I mean, you can literally sit across from each other and have a conversation.
I understand.
I mean, where you could talk to her.
Sure, but
and it might help her while she's locked up, getting through whatever she's trying to get through.
Okay, but is that my obligation to put my kids in a spot where they're uncomfortable because of something?
But it's also your mother, and I mean, she stole money. She didn't stab somebody.
Okay, but she still stole money.
Until she got on the inside. What if she comes out? She's got a shiner. She's got a shiner.
New tattoo,
missing one tooth, maybe some track marks.
Wait, she started doing heroin?
I don't know what goes on.
It took a quick jump, a wide jump.
But, she could look institutionalized.
Okay, yeah. I don't want to expose my kids to that. And look, I understand that there are some people listening right now that have no choice. Mom or dad get locked up. It's been a thing an entire life, so it becomes less of a shock. But if this is the first thing this woman ever did wrong, and she's going to jail for it.
It could be, yeah.
I mean, this may be something a family never considered they would have to do.
Most don't.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I could take my kids. I think I'd lie and say grandma's on like a 1.5 year long cruise. And then if you want to get out and see my kids, you got to go with the lie. I can't do it.
So do you let them write to her?
On the cruise, yeah.
Well, they want to because...
Well, you can't call her in jail, can you?
No, but I could call her on a cruise when she's in port.
No, it's a really far cruise.
Really far port.
They're 6 or 7. They don't know the difference.
Oh, yeah. These kids are sharp. You tell me the kids are picking up the phone, playing games on. They don't think they can figure this stuff out?
They are picking up the phone, playing games.
It ain't my young dumbass from the 60s.
Look, my kids are at the age where I could not lie to them. They're right past
Yeah.
it. 11 and 13. Yes, I would have to tell them that grandma's locked up. But even in that situation, I don't know how I would be able to explain
Maybe it's a teachable moment. Do you teach them how the world works?
Don't steal $250,000 from the place you work.
But this is what happens when you do bad.
Okay.
This is the place where you go if you don't listen.
Yeah, but my fear...
Everybody in here didn't do their homework. Yeah. This is what happens when you talk back to the teacher.
My fear would be that safety of Gam Gam is gone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, she ain't no Gam Gam anymore.
Oh, no,
that's what the screws are calling her.
That's her gang name, Gam Gam.
The old gang.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Again, talking about a 52-year-old woman. She was arrested after police say working as a bookkeeper. She stole $267,000 from the place she worked. She faced felonies for that theft and for not paying the taxes on it. Which is funny because she did it through the payroll. Yeah, so she has to pay restitution, and she got 1 to 3 years in state prison. This comes in from Blake. Unique names today. Blake writes us, we went through this with my family. My mom was locked up for a car accident. I don't want to tell you the details. You don't have to, Blake. But I had to bring my kids to visit their grandma. I had the same thought Kimmy and Duffy did, but it's their grandma, and she wanted to see them, and they wanted to see her.
I guess you got to fulfill the wish, right? I mean, if the kids want to see her, maybe it's even worse not seeing her. Because then it's theater of the mind. Like, what happened?
That could be. Maybe, they see it in a Maybe it brings them some comfort to see that she's doing okay. I
Yeah,
don't know.
no, that's really good. There's a lot of comfort
I don't
driving
know.
out in the middle of nowhere,
Yeah, I
walking up to a castle prison, the door
Going through security.
yeah, patting down my kids to make sure they don't have any contraband on them. And there's grandma in an orange jumpsuit wearing slippers. Nah.
All right.
The good thing is, at 52 years old, you'd be wearing the same slippers inside as you would outside.
Yeah, very comfortable shoes.
Right? All right, so I guess the moral of the story is don't steal $267,000 from the place you work. And if you are going to, pay the taxes on it so you're only facing one felony charge.
Always cover your ass.
Look, there are some things your friends, coworkers will ask you to do that you are obligated to go to.
Sure.
And this might be one of those things at least one time. But you and I know are on the same page. When a family member, friend, coworker tells you, I got a gig, and I want you to be there.
No.
Okay. Tommy, wait until you hear who learned to play the guitar. You know this man's name. And this guy, who every New Yorker knows, and was a national figure at one point.
But not a guitar player.
No.
Getting into a new hobby.
He's playing bar gigs, bro.
On tour?
No, he just learned how to play the guitar.
So he's just going into bars?
Yep.
And all right.
I'm going to tell you the whole story. You will not guess in a million years, and you will laugh your ass off when you find out who really wants you to come to a show on Friday night next to the break room on CMF. The 5 worst words you can hear from someone you know. Hey, man, I have a gig. That's 6 words. But you get what I'm saying.
So they're performing.
Yes, an invitation to a night of music or improv comedy or community theater. And it turns out everyday schmucks aren't the only ones taken to the stage to show off their talents.
Okay.
Because one very famous New Yorker, who everyone will remember, was bitten by the performance bug and is dragging his friends out to bars to watch him do it. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45 right now. You would think the most popular relationship in America would be 2 people in a committed relationship.
Well, that's the standard.
Yeah, but that's not the case anymore. In fact, we're going to learn a new word this morning.
What are we hooking up with?
It's what?
You're
Hooking
saying
up with?
yeah.
Who we hooking up with?
Yeah, like who are we doing?
I'll explain everything just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, do you remember David Patterson?
He was the governor.
You got it. The governor of New York. He took over for Elliot Spitzer after he had his prostitute scandal.
So he had an issue with vision. Correct?
So he was notable for 2 things.
Yeah.
He was the first black governor in New York, and he was the first legally blind governor in the history of the United States.
But he had a
that
weird
often.
type of blindness because like he could. I remember when
Partially.
he'd write documents down, he could see, but he had to almost put his face
like on the paper.
like on the paper. It was very awkward.
Yes.
Okay.
So he served the rest of the term that he was given after Spitzer had to resign,
Right.
and that was it.
Yeah, and then he kind of faded away.
He was going to run again, but he was
Oh, he had
told-
an issue with an affair or something.
there was a couple of things, but that didn't kill his campaign. People told him, don't run. And he was like, okay.
All right.
So he served the rest of that term. And since then, he's been very busy. He's been doing political stuff.
He's probably a lawyer too, right?
I didn't see lawyer stuff. He's had a couple of radio shows in Albany.
Okay.
And he learned how to play the guitar.
All right.
He took
Getting into music.
So a story on 13 Web last night says that during the pandemic, David Patterson, former New York governor, started taking guitar lessons.
Okay.
And after that, he started a band called Blind Dog Dave and the Pirate Throng.
Wow.
It's a lot of words there to take in.
It's the
It's a long
most
name.
dad band name you've ever.
For blind dads.
Dog Dave and the Pirate Throng.
So what style of music? Bluesy or?
Well, yeah. So this man who just learned to play the guitar performs covers of Otis Redding, Johnny Lee Hooker, among other things.
Okay.
And just the other night, at a gig at a bar in Albany, he set out a dedication of My Girl to Governor Kathy Hochul.
Oh, wow.
So according to the story, the bars he's playing are full of his political friends
Oh,
drinking
sure.
and watching and supporting their buddy.
Yeah.
Being the governor of New York was not enough attention. You had to learn to play the guitar and
Start a band.
Start a band and drag your friends out to watch.
By the
Okay.
way, go ahead.
No, okay.
I was going to say, I mean, you play the guitar. If you learn to play the guitar, do you think 2 years in you could be good enough to be in a band?
I would have thought 2 years in.
Okay, so you think like you'd know enough at that point?
Here's the thing that sucks about playing the guitar. You don't know how bad you are at the guitar until like years after when you look back and go, because every time, every new thing you learn, you're
I
like,
was
I'm
gonna
like the greatest
say, like
guitar
I would
player
think
ever.
that would take a little longer than 2-3 years to get it going.
But David Patterson is the perfect guy. Like if I was his buddy, he's the one guy. Like if he had a gig, he's the guy.
Why is that?
Yeah, I was there. I was in the back. Loved it, man. Loved it, bro. I didn't want to bother you. I know, but you nailed it, baby. You nailed it. Perfect. Could you lie to your blind buddy
No,
about
you
being
can't
able to...
lie to your
The hell I
blind
can't.
buddy.
What are you going to go to
'cause you gotta-
blind hell?
I think that's just hell.
Yeah, probably.
No, you got to talk to him after, make sure he knows you were there.
So you and I have a problem.
Tell him how great it was.
What's the problem?
So, because like when you and I started doing comedy,
Yep.
certain friends came out and supported you, came out and
Sure.
see you, right?
But you
they
didn't want that, did you?
Sometimes
okay.
you need it.
All right.
Sometimes those are the only people in the room
You
that
got
were
it, yeah.
clapping.
All right,
Yeah.
all right.
So yeah, you want them. So like if you were in that position, you got to go support other people
No,
Yeah,
he's
you're right.
100%
You're right.
because you don't want to
owe
be
them.
that ass.
But here's the problem.
What?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF. Is there anything worse
No.
than an invite to see an adult performance?
No, it's
right?
sad.
Friend,
It's sad.
coworker, family member, band, comedy show, community theater. The best case scenario.
Any type of open mic.
The best case scenario, you lose 2 hours of your life. The worst case, you're spending money on cover and drinks at this place only so you don't hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
I don't think the first time is so bad because I think the
Shut
first
up,
time,
Kimmy.
no, listen, the first time you're going based on curiosity.
Nope.
Am I wrong?
No, you're wrong.
No,
I don't
you
care.
never- you
You've
wouldn't
never,
wanna
wait a
go-
minute.
like
You've
if-
never done this? No, you haven't.
I don't think I know anybody who's like performed.
It's horrible because first of all, when they're done,
Yeah.
I gotta say you did great, even though you.
Yeah, but even if a friend said I'm gonna go do open mic, I think I would go just because I really want to see it.
What?
I wouldn't.
you wouldn't want to see it.
No, you don't. Have you
It's
ever been in
sad.
an open mic in your life? Kimmy, we've told a lot of sad stories. You know why we haven't told you open mic stories? Because you'd start crying.
There are people that we've talked about that you wanted to go see,
And we
just
didn't.
to see how
And-
bad it
Okay,
was.
look, there is a person
I
who
know.
went out and performed.
Yes.
And we wanted to make fun of this person mercilessly. And we even got to the point where we were planning on going,
Yeah.
and we didn't.
We bailed.
You know why? Because it sucks.
The reality hit us.
You
Yes.
didn't. No, you didn't go because it was gonna suck. You didn't go because you didn't want to be seen.
Okay, maybe that was our excuse, but it was going to suck hard.
Okay.
And the other thing is, if you go, let's say they go do it again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The second time.
And you
would
already
suck.
said I was good, so hey, I'm going to be at so and so in a couple of weeks. Please come out.
He's right. It's like a cult. Like once you're in, you can't
Yeah.
get out. It's the mafia. And there isn't really any way of getting out of going if they directly ask you to come. Like, Tommy, this example is the worst of all examples because, like, with David Patterson, I'm saying the former governor now learning to play the guitar during COVID and starting a band. There are some people, that are legitimately talented.
Yeah.
And they've been doing it their whole lives, and they just became normal adults with real jobs, and they do this to blow off steam. Those folks can surprise you. Sometimes you'll go and you're like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. With this story, David Patterson, the former governor, just learned to play the guitar.
In what, his 60s?
Yeah, thank you. So you're watching a 60-year-old do a hobby while people he knows are being held hostage in a bar.
Yes.
God. And like when it comes to the people in your life who will ask you to go to things, if it's family, you have to go.
Yeah.
And you have to pretend like you're having a good time. If it's a friend, less of an obligation,
But
you probably have to go.
especially if they've done you any kind of a solid in the past.
The most awkward of all are the coworkers.
Yep.
Because you
And I was that coworker. And you were that coworker.
Yeah. But you just witnessed it in the break room. No matter how much someone sucks, there will be someone at your job who goes, let's go check it out. Kimmy, I'm kind of interested. And they're going to get a little posse together.
Yeah.
So now you're not just disappointing the person on stage,
Yeah.
you'll be disappointing all your effing coworkers.
Yes.
And now it's like being at work again, except your 60-year-old coworkers playing Michael Row the Boat Ashore.
It's got to be 1,000 times more complicated if it's a coworker
Oh, yeah.
because you have to maintain that. Like you are. You have to maintain that relationship for a lot of reasons.
I'm getting pits in my stomach just thinking about it.
So I can remember the first time I ever did one of these, it was in the back room of an Italian restaurant on a gong night.
Okay.
And I remember the night, I had a couple buddies of mine from cutting meat
Okay.
and my first wife, right? And that was it. So the next day word got out that I sucked, right? So they were just killing me all day. So they called me, Tommy, get the hook. Get the hook. Tommy's here. Get the hook. All day long. It was just the worst thing all the way. It was just the worst idea all the way around.
But it is stupid, too, having been in that spot that
Yeah.
you were in with stand-up comedy. As the person performing, you think it's a great idea when you're asking your friends, coworkers, and family to go.
They're all rooting for you, man.
Man, I'm going to get up there. They're going to be so impressed, man. They're going to see all this work that I put in. I'm going to be a star
Yes.
one day. Man. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. David Patterson, former governor of New York, during COVID, learned how to play the guitar, according to a story on 13
That's
Wham.
some balls, man.
He is now performing in a bar band. Having just learned how to play the guitar, the band is called Blind Dog Dave and the Pirate Throng, and he is making his friends go to bars in Albany, where he's still working doing political stuff, watching him play covers of songs. Let's talk to John. He's on CMF. Hey, Johnny, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yo.
You guys are killing me because I've been that musician, but for the love of God, the only thing worse than coworkers is family. But you're missing the easiest out is, I'm sorry, guys, I already have plans that night. Maybe I'll catch you in the next one if I'm available.
Okay, so here's the thing.
But you can only run that for so long.
1, 2. Back in the day, that was possible, but now you have to be actively aware of what you're doing. Because if you show up in a picture on social media, or you write something on Twitter or Facebook that you forgot about, or somebody else goes, "Yeah, I was just hanging out with John the other night," whatever, you're effed, man.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it, but thankfully I hang out with people who don't use social media because I can't stand it myself, but I get it.
John's so cool, man.
No,
Off the
not
grid,
cool.
Johnny.
I just hate it.
All right, John, how
See you
old are you
guys.
now, buddy? Hold on, before you go. 'cause
I just turned 56.
well, happy birthday. When were you doing the bar gig thing? What ages?
Oh, God. I started in Manhattan when I was 15, 16.
No big deal, man. At what age did you realize asking people to come out to your shows was making everybody hate you?
Oh, God. Probably when I was about 17 or 18.
Okay, so you learned early on.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Because there are some people, John, thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. There are some people that never learn.
No, they don't even see it. Like they don't see the failure that you are. No, but they don't. We knew comics that would get up on stage, open mic night, dead silent.
Yeah.
Dead silent. They get off stage, goes, "I killed." That crushed it. They go,
scared.
"What room were you in?" I was in a room where your body was, and it sucked.
And the worst part is those are the people that stick with it the longest.
They never
Yep.
leave.
Yeah.
They're still there, probably.
Kimmy, there are guys and gals. Because, God, I started doing it,
You were 15.
yeah, so 22 years ago?
Yeah.
Right? You were doing it around the same time. There are guys that have been doing it that long, that were there before me.
Oh, yeah.
That have never gotten a paid gig, that are still there.
Yeah.
Still there.
Writing stuff down,
Yeah.
recording it. We had one dude, there was this one gig, the stage had a ceiling fan over it. It was always on. It got so silent in a room, you could hear the ceiling fan turn.
That tick, tick, tick,
Yeah,
tick,
yeah,
tick.
yeah.
All right, here's the question.
What's that?
The phone number is 252-WCMF. Having to go to an adult performance. What is the worst performance you would have to sit through? Here are your three options. Band in a bar. Comedy, either stand-up or improv. Or community theater play.
Comedy would be the worst because you're looking for that immediate reaction.
Okay?
Yeah.
So you know you're sucking in real time.
Okay.
You
There's
can hide-
silent moments of
No,
silence.
I'm saying as someone who's watching.
That's
the
what I'm
gig.
saying.
Okay.
So if I'm sitting there watching you die on stage, the silence could be, or the heckling, or the booing, or the comments. Comedy's the worst. You can hide behind a song in a band.
Okay.
Community theater, you can kind of hide behind everybody, but you're such an exposed nerve when you're standing there by yourself and getting nothing.
And to your point, if you're in the audience, you are kind of a part of it all.
Yeah.
There's more responsibility on you as a buddy or somebody that you know to.
You could be the only one fake laughing,
Yes.
just trying to save this.
You would have to do that in
Yeah.
comedy. Okay. All right. I understand where you guys are coming from there, but I think you're wrong.
All right, what do you think?
All right, if we go from easiest to worst, the band set as a spectator is the easiest one. They're
Yeah.
short. You can talk to other people. It's happening.
Yeah.
You can
Right.
get a beer or
It
potatoes.
can kind of be in the background.
You got it. I think there is a race between the play and comedy. Both are brutal. I agree
Yeah.
with you. I agree with you. But comedy, you can sneak out when your buddy's done. With a play, you have lost 2.5 hours of
Yeah,
your
it's-
life
It is
Yeah.
a longer commitment.
at the Parrington Community Theater to watch Hello Dolly, where your friend has one line the entire time. That has to be the most brutal. And, like, you don't know anybody else there. You kind of have to, like, dress a little bit nice to go.
Oh,
and
yeah.
with, like, a play, there's always going to be like, hey, we're going to TGI Fridays after that.
Oh, the after party.
Yeah, I can get you in. I can get you in the Parrington Players Hello Dolly after party. And like at least at an open mic, there may be someone that surprises you if you sit through other acts.
Oh, somebody's going to actually die?
At a community theater, and with all due respect to folks who do community theater, nobody in a community theater performance will blow you away.
No, of course not.
It's not going to happen. Like I've had to sit through.
It's impossible.
I've had to sit through middle and high school plays where there's kids that it's like, wow, that kid is talented. You know,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
made it worth the trip.
Younger people doing it.
Yes.
It's a little different.
There's a future there
Yeah, yeah,
potentially.
yeah.
Never have I had to go to an adult play where I was like, wow.
And you know who ruined it for everybody? Philip Seymour Hoffman. Because everybody thinks there's a Philip Seymour Hoffman again in this town. One of the most unique actors.
Like I'm going to be discovered at a later age.
But they think like that person, is there somewhere. One of the most unique actors of the 20th century.
Guy won an Oscar.
Yeah, but he very unique.
Sure.
That's it. That's the only one you're gonna get.
We got got Facebook messages coming in again. This conversation started. Former New York Governor David Patterson, first blind governor in the history.
The Seymour Hoffman of governor.
Yes, I believe so. He learned to play the guitar during COVID as an adult. He started a bar band. Again, I will say the name of the band because it's the most dad name ever.
Yeah.
It is Blind Dog Dave and the Pirate Throng. He is now performing in bars and dragging his political friends out to watch him do covers of Otis Redding and songs like that. Justin writes us on Facebook. The worst is when your boss is in a band.
Oh.
One of my first jobs, we thought we had to go when he invited us to help our careers. I went to like 4 or 5 shows. They sucked, and it never helped me. And I think Justin brings up a good point here.
What's that?
It all comes down to the relationship with the person and how them being offended by you not going affects you negatively.
All right.
Right? Because if it's your boss, I get it. I would feel like I would have to go.
Yeah.
And I would feel like I would have to go every time they asked me.
Well, you got to because it's that could be a career-ending move.
Yeah.
So the owner of the Knicks and Madison Square Garden,
James Dolan,
has a blues band.
Yes.
And he's performed up here. He flies up in a private jet and has a full blues band that he performs with. So if your boss is billionaire James Dolan and you're working at Madison Square Garden in the back office somewhere and he's doing a gig in Manhattan, you got to go.
No,
it's a boss band.
You're 100% right.
He's going to know who's there.
And then, like, when he wants to break down the gig afterwards, like
they're going to do that.
Look. I grew up in this town. I would like to apologize, if you can hear me, to every single person I ever asked to come do an open mic show when I was a kid.
Bro, you only got to thank 3 people, and I'm one of them, so you're fine. Blitzed.
Like you weren't there eating your own you-know-what while you were on stage.
No, your mom didn't come.
Your own? Shut up.
We're also just thinking of being asked to a performance type thing.
Yeah.
There are people that may ask you to show up to let's say they've been working towards a half marathon or a marathon or some like big accomplishment like that. You kind of have to show up to those kind of things too.
In the crappy weather.
But
or like any kind of competition.
I can tolerate that stuff better. Like, look,
but that could be a long time. You're standing there
Pickleball
watching.
Quarterfinals.
Or
it's not even a finals.
Okay, but like stuff
bodybuilding. That's the creepiest crap, man.
Look what you did.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I think that there are other things that coworkers or friends could, really put a lot of work into that you may have to go support.
Hey, Jeff, you look really good in them panties up there.
But here's the thing. When it comes to the marathon or the pickleball or whatever, if you ask me to go, I can respect somebody that set a goal, worked hard, and accomplished something. Like, you don't just get to, like, do that stuff.
You are so full of crap.
But you talk about time spent.
You're right.
Man, a marathon or any of these competitions, you got to sit there for that long?
Look, I wouldn't love it.
Yeah.
But
you think it's still better than 10 minutes of stand-up?
I would go to 10 of those before I would go to a bar band gig, improv or stand-up, or a community theater. Because those 3 things that we just named, the bar band, the comedy, and the theater, they just let everybody do it. You don't have to have talent.
At least I get alcohol with those. I don't get any alcohol.
You got to make a sign.
Marathon guys.
I think I would be proud if I was close to someone.
Maybe with some people.
We've known people that did it and we laughed at them.
I didn't go.
We laughed at them.
Yeah, but I didn't go. All right, let's take a break. It turns out that a relationship between 2 people committed is no longer the most common type of relationship in America.
So these are these new age relationships?
With crystals, man. Everyone's about to learn a new word.
Okay.
And what's funny about this is this sounds great until you realize it goes both ways. And we'll get to it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Wasn't all that long ago, Tommy.
What's that?
Where the most common relationship in America were two people that were fully committed to each other.
Sure.
I mean, that's what a relationship is
What
traditionally.
America was built on. Patrick.
That's right, yes, and when everything was so good. However, things have changed.
Well, what are they doing now?
Well, that's just it. We're all about to learn a new word, which is now the most common type of relationship in this great country of ours.
But it's an adult relationship.
Yes, consenting adult relationship.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8 o'clock, a man who was upset that Tommy Muley doesn't have a brain tumor.
Yes.
We'll get to it just after 8 here in the break room on CMF. The most common type of relationship in the United States right now is a monogamish relationship.
Monogamish?
Monogamish.
Okay.
So monogamish...
I thought they canceled that show.
Monogamish is defined as not a totally open relationship, but sometimes you get down on it with other people.
So you kind of thought you're either open or you're not.
So this one sounds you can stray and it's okay.
But occasionally?
Yeah.
So there are two kinds of monogamish relationships right now. One, you just started seeing someone. You haven't had the "what are we" discussion yet.
Okay, all right.
So
all right. You're a little open window there.
Yeah, you're somewhat committed.
So
but
I could go out for a knob-ish.
Yes. Well,
or a bang-ish.
If it's a knob-ish, I'm not interested. I'm knob or no knob. Here. But I guess that's what we in our generation can be referred to as talking, right? Like, I like you, we're going to spend time together, but we haven't had that "what are we" discussion.
We're not official.
The second type of monogamish relationship, you are in a long-term committed marriage, whatever, where something comes up every once in a while, and you have a discussion to decide if that's okay together. The second part of that, not together as in you'll do it together, as in like I'm okay with you sleeping with this person. That second one seems a lot harder to pull off.
Very complicated.
It seems like it doesn't exist.
Because I would either think you have to have the idea of we are in an open relationship or we're not. It's kind of hard to walk that line in between.
But you didn't start out that way. What you're saying is we start out as a couple. And at some point, we went to ish.
Unless you had this idea the entire time where, look, there will be situations that pop up where I'm okay with you doing this.
But then I guess you would just be in an open relationship.
Well, no,
right?
because...
Yeah, you kind of are.
Yeah.
Well,
ish.
I guess I don't know the difference.
Tommy, I think you can back me up on this. Look, we have known swingers throughout our time in this business. For some reason, swingers are attracted to the radio industry, right? And
good-looking people.
Kimmy, when you're in an open relationship, at least the ones I've witnessed, it feels like there's pressure to continuously do it.
Okay.
Right? Like this is now a part of
it's happening more.
Yes, it's a part of our fabric of being. Whereas I guess if you're in a monogamish relationship, there's less pressure to be that person.
Comes up every once in a while.
If something happens, it happens. If it doesn't, we're a happy husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend.
See, I think that would be harder, though, than a standard open relationship, only because like if that only comes around every now and then, I would think, well, what's so I think the jealousy would be there more because you're thinking like what's so great about this person that you're all of a sudden wanting to stray.
No, I agree with you, but then again, who am I to say what works and what doesn't?
I know.
I mean, almost one half of people that get married end up not married anymore.
True.
Right? It wouldn't work for me, but Now, I know there are a lot of guys listening to us define this new word you learned, monogamish, thinking, this sounds pretty good.
Yeah, they're heading down to the monogamish bar tonight looking for a lady.
The problem with that, gentlemen, is you have to keep in mind, this goes both ways.
Yes.
So, like, you could be into somebody and you think she's into you, and you can go to your wife and be like, hey, remember that monogamish thing? And your wife goes, yeah, sure. But that exact same thing could happen 2 weeks later if a guy, bing, bang, boom.
She's out riding Frank.
And
I'm
willing to guess women would have way more opportunities in a situation like this.
Like
I think
all
so
of
too,
them.
and I don't think you would realize that until you started to go down this road.
Like, that's what always made me laugh about, couples that were in open relationships. Like, you cannot tell me there are the same amount of women that want to have sex with your married ass than there are men that want to have sex with your wife.
Right.
And, like, how, as a woman in an open relationship, do you filter through all of those applications? It's like
no kidding.
It's like McDonald's, right? Like, we can only take so many of you.
It does surprise me in a city like Rochester that you could that it would be common only because you would run into these people all the time.
Is it common in Rochester?
I don't know.
Well, there's a big swinger, at least there was for a while there, community there.
Yeah, we have
Like, there are
we've gotten
places-
out of touch with the swingers.
There are places
Thank God.
where you could have those kind of relationships and then potentially never see that person again.
Yeah.
Where I'm
Yeah.
guessing, like, I don't know where your connections are coming from, but it would seem like you're eventually going to run in the same circle.
Yeah, but that being said, I mean, look, at least the people we knew wanted to keep the fact that they were in open relationships quiet because of the judgment from other people.
Sure.
So if you're all in this community together, the last thing you want to do is expose each other because now I'm at a disadvantage.
Oh, I'm not saying you would say something. I'm just saying just running into them would be awkward.
Okay, but maybe it's like
Yeah, that is weird, man. Like if you
They're out with
hooked
their
up with
kid or
somebody,
something.
right, and
Yeah.
then now you're at Wegmans, right, and you see that
Yeah.
person, that's got to be creepy as hell.
You
man.
still have a hard time running into people you had sex with back in the day?
No, but there's just a fear of it happening. No, now.
Really?
Yeah, because like I'm saying, like if I'm in a relationship now,
Sure.
and then I go out and have this thing,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm out at Wegmans 2 weeks from now, and there they are.
And you see them and you're with your current
Right.
significant other.
That would be heart attack time.
But you've had the conversation.
Yeah.
Look, I get it. If you're a guy cheating
I've had
on
a
his
million
wife,
conversations go bad on me, bro. I had a million situations I thought, oh, this is going to work out fine.
And even if it's, even if she knows that you've slept with that person, I think that there's still an element of like out of sight, out of mind
okay.
until it's like now I'm forced to interact.
Well, I've always been curious about that when it came to people in open relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I come home, let's say I'm in an open relationship, and I come home and I go, "Hey, there's this woman, I'm going to pursue it." Do they want to know name details? Do they not want to know anything? Like after it's over,
Curiosity is going to get to you.
Are there rules where you can't do it with somebody you both know?
Good question. Do you gossip about it like you would with your buddies afterwards? Does she want to know like how it was? Does she want to?
How kinky was your ass?
Well, you'd have to be pretty kinky if you're already.
Just to venture out the door in
Yeah.
this direction, you're a kink ass.
Yeah, because I would also think like, I mean, again, it's so foreign. Would you want to know what they did with that other person to see if there's something that they're willing to try with someone else that they don't want to try with you? And why is that the case? And I mean,
There's so many roads of jealousy to go down here.
Yeah, but people do it,
Yeah.
and people are happy.
Are they?
Okay, you always say that, but
I always
I
figure in
think
these
that-
things, one side is happy, one regrets it.
I don't know, but I guess you'll never know unless somebody's really willing to give you an honest opinion about it.
By the way, I mean, we're talking about open relationships like these are new ideas.
No, it's been around forever.
Yes,
man.
like, I mean, your parents may
the
have been
60s
swinging.
is the swinging 60s
Yes.
when they did it. Yeah.
I mean, there were beer commercials that featured people that were this is a swinger, and they do you remember that beer commercial?
Yes. The keys in the fishbowl.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
I would also think now more than ever, it's so easy to connect with people to have that type of lifestyle with.
Absolutely. So, I mean, if
Ugh.
all of the complicated stuff we just discussed sounds like something you'd be into, maybe monogamish is something you should explore.
Check it out.
All right, let's take a break. You want to have an exciting day when you go to work,
Sure.
right? I mean, it keeps things exciting.
You know, we'd be bored.
Yeah. Problem is, for some jobs, an exciting day for you means a horrific day for somebody else.
Could be.
And it's something that Tommy realized based on one offhanded comment made with a man that he met for the first time.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. boring days at work are the worst.
Yeah.
Right? Time drags on.
Oh, they dragging.
No distractions.
Yeah.
You don't get to flex the full muscle of what you know how to do.
Mm-hmm.
And hoping for something exciting to happen at your job, you wouldn't blame anyone for wanting that.
Right.
Well, with the exception of a few jobs.
Yes.
Because there are some gigs people have where when it gets exciting, it means awful news for someone else.
Yeah.
Something that is really bothering Tommy the last 36 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8:30ish this morning. If you want to be in a movie and get rich and famous,
What do I do?
there's an opportunity for you right in our backyard.
Oh.
Right, I gotta go to. I don't have to go to Hollywood.
No. In fact, it seems like Hollywood has started to come to us.
Really?
We'll get to it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. So a little behind the scenes. Tommy is very upset that he needs to get a new eye doctor.
Yeah.
You've been bitching about it for 2 weeks in commercial.
So I've had the same eye doc, God, 25 years.
So
Since my eyes started going bad.
Oh my God.
Gotta switch it up.
So finally, 2 days ago,
Yep.
Tommy, you got your first appointment with the new eye guy.
My new eye boss.
And something at that appointment bothered you.
Yeah. So I go in and get the examination and, going through all this stuff, and I'm good.
Oh, that's good.
Nothing.
Great.
I guess when they see people my age are expecting some problems.
Okay.
I got no problems. So he's going through all this stuff, and now he's clicking on the computer after all done. He goes, yeah, pretty boring, pretty mundane, pretty boring. Yep. Yeah, this is pretty, nothing here. So he was kind of sounding disappointed. Now, at first I was taking it like, because you get to be my age, if the doctor gives you the all clear, it's like a
celebration.
It's like a call from the governor's office. Like you've been reprieved, right?
Okay.
They unstrap you from the chair. You're not going to die. You still got your vision. I'm good. And it didn't bother me till I got in the car. I'm thinking, like, was he hoping to find something? Because he sounded disappointed. Like, you don't have a floater, cataracts, small tumor, nothing.
Almost like, well, this was a waste of time.
It kind of was. Like, he was kind of bummed.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating scenario.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Something exciting for him means something terrible for you, right?
Yeah.
You're going blind. You have a brain tumor, some weird-ass condition that
Right.
like only 5 other people in the world have, and you don't want that.
No, I don't.
But on the other hand, with this eye doctor, if everyone he sees all day is healthy and things look normal all day long, it's a boring day.
Yes, it is.
Right? Like this guy, you assume he got into the eye doctoring business
to save people.
Yeah, he wants to help people. He wants to solve problems. He's really good at identifying and taking care of bad things. And if he doesn't see any bad things, he doesn't really get to do his job.
Right.
So on one hand, I get it.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it is weird he said it out loud.
Yeah. But we were new. I don't know.
Well, that's another reason why you would like if you had known that guy for 30 years and he said that. Kind of laugh about
Well, yeah,
that.
because he's almost like a buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm very tight with my doctors.
Which is weird. That's a whole other weird thing.
I have all my doctors, I have their cell phone.
I only have my dermatologist.
I got her.
It is strange that he would look at you and be like, oh, man, I wish something was really wrong with you.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Doctor's not the only job where this kind of situation pops up.
Yeah.
There are some gigs where wanting an exciting day means someone else is put in a terrible position. Kimmy, your husband's job comes to mind.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're the busiest. When you're at your busiest, it means somebody's having a terrible day.
So Kimmy's husband's a firefighter, if you don't know, right? And like he has to be sitting around. Like, does he like slow days or does he want busy days?
I
He
don't
gets
know.
that at home. There's nothing hot in that house.
I mean, look, you would have to be sitting around at the firehouse on a
Bored.
slow day thinking, like, man, I hope someone's house catches
Get a
on
call.
fire, right? And I know he doesn't mean
Get
it like
on the
that.
truck, yeah.
But, like, if
Action.
But like it's your purpose, right? Your purpose
Yeah.
is to go, help in these situations, and if there's nothing to do,
like, you got all that training. He dedicated himself to
You
get
got
to
the
the
outfit, you got
academy.
the
Right.
axe,
Exactly.
the big
And-
red truck.
And if every day for a week everyone was totally safe and there were no accidents in the greater Rochester area, he'd just be staring at a wall. He'd get fat on Firehouse Chili. And the same thing goes for EMS workers. Same thing goes for police officers. The action you seek.
You're heading off into the unknown.
Yeah, in doing your job, it comes at the expense of peace and safety of other people.
So I guess like the military would be the same way, right?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Like if you were stuck at a military base somewhere and there's nothing else to do and there's nothing happening, you don't want a war, but you're also probably getting bored.
252 WCMF 252-9263. That's a really good
We got
question.
all these bullets sitting here.
No,
I
but
think that there are just some people that they're built and programmed to run to danger,
Right.
and that is like the part of their purpose
Right.
in life, right? To your point.
But think about it. With the military, firefighter, police officer, EMS worker, doctor,
Action.
like you took that job because that interested
Yeah.
you, right?
Yeah,
I would
right,
think
yeah.
the majority of those people, maybe adrenaline junkie is the wrong word, but you want to be put in those situations.
It is funny when even the things that you wouldn't think, when you watch, like, because I watch a lot of news, right, with the weather guys, right? If there's nothing going on, like, they get excited for weather.
Yo,
Right.
that's another great one.
Yeah.
You're like, ooh, there's some snow coming. It's going to be a really active day. People could die.
Yes, you're right.
You could freeze to death, man.
They're all over social media.
Yeah.
They're taking those videos, telling you what to do, and you're
Holding
right.
on to like dear life when the wind kicks in, you know?
Yeah, they go stand in it.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy had a visit with his new eye doctor earlier this week, and the doctor, well, giving Tommy the thumbs up, everything's great, said it's pretty boring.
Yeah.
Pretty boring, and sounded disappointed.
Yeah.
Which bothered Tommy because he's like, did you want me to have a tumor in my face? Are there some jobs where you'd totally be fine being bored all day? Because like you brought up the military, and that's an interesting question. Because if something happens,
Right.
I'm in direct danger immediately.
Right,
Yes.
but you also signed up knowing this. Like,
Okay.
you know, it's the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I guess that's one of those things though where you don't know until you're in the middle of it all, right? Like that. I don't know.
It'd be like, I guess, like if you were put on high alert
Okay.
and you're standing, but nothing's happened yet. Like, you're ready to go,
Yeah.
but nothing's happening.
Yeah.
I would think, that would kind of get to you, right?
I
'Cause we're not
guess.
going in yet.
Yeah, but then if I got all this stuff on and like I'm waiting and like now I get to think about like the consequences of what could potentially
All right,
happen,
yeah.
I'm okay with just we'll stand here on high alert.
Yeah, but
all
that's
day.
you and me.
There's one job I'm guessing that pops in my head immediately.
What, Paw Patrol?
I'm cool with a slow day. ER nurse.
Okay.
That looks like a nightmare gig. All of the patients hate you because they've been having to wait there forever. You're seeing all of the worst emergencies. It seems like there's never a slow day there.
Right.
Like, granted, if there was a slow day, time would drag on. But, like, think about all the horrible ways you're treated, the horrible things you see. You get no
Yeah.
respect to that gig. ER nurse seems like a job. Okay, I'm fine with a slow day
Right.
all day
Yeah.
long.
I guess something like the other one I was thinking about is like if you're in the Coast Guard.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, there's probably days in the Coast Guard like nothing happens, right? Like there's no rescues,
I
there's
don't
no
know.
nothing. You're just sitting there with the boat because they're kind of like a firehouse. You know, they live there, they sleep there, they just hang out there. And if nothing's happening, what are we doing?
Well, it's interesting you bring that up.
You guys want to go water skiing?
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Bill. Hey, Billy, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you doing, guys?
Good, man. What's up?
I heard you talking about the military, and I wasn't in the military, but I have my youngest son is in the Navy, and he's deployed out in the Middle East right now,
Okay.
sitting on a ship, doing absolutely nothing. They work 12-hour days, and then they just nothing. Nothing's happening.
All right, so like it's
And sometimes they don't even go up deck all day. Like they stay inside that
Okay,
ship all day.
Don't talk
I
like
know,
you're
I
in
love
the
that.
middle. I hate when you do this because you like want to identify with Bill. Bill's not in the Navy. His son is, and you probably said it wrong. Just because your coat is something a sailor would wear does not make you a sailor. But Bill, let me ask you a question because I know I would assume your son would, he got into this to do some exciting stuff and he would want action. But as a father, that's got to be the last thing you want for your son.
Actually, to tell you the truth, he's on an aircraft carrier.
Oh man!
So I know that that's probably the safest place on Earth.
Okay.
And one of the coolest of the boats. You're a
But
boat
he's
and
not
you're
allowed
an
to go on
airport.
deck.
Okay. Oh, he's not allowed to go on? Why? What, did he like spill a soda up there or something?
It's a little dangerous.
Well, you have to have special permission because
I was just kidding,
you
Bill.
can
I
get
was
blown
just
up-
making I was making a
you
joke.
can get blown off the off the deck.
Oh, yeah, but I thought Tommy's mom left the Navy. Hey, Bill, thanks for the call, bud. Send your best to your son next time you talk to him.
All right, thank you.
All right, there goes Bill.
Yeah, so sometimes you're just kind of just hanging out.
Okay.
That would be tough.
Yeah. I mean, I got to think that's, again, I say this out loud having never served a minute in my life, but I would have to think, like, if you're deployed, most of the time is just hanging out, right?
Yeah.
And that's got to be a best-case scenario.
Mm-hmm.
252 WCMF, you know, we had said jobs you want slow days all the time. You're fine with the hours crawling by. This is a perfect example of that. Mike's on CMF. Hey, Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Duff. So there's two I thought of. One being like a prison security guard.
Prison guard. Slow days, baby. Slow days.
Yep. I mean, the best case scenario is you hope that everybody does what they're supposed to, stays in their cells. There's no, cafeteria riots or anything like that. But the other one is like a machine or a building service tech. So I like all my machine maintenance guys where I used to work. They hoped for a slow day because that meant all the preventative maintenance stuff they did worked.
Oh, that's a good point.
Machines down. There's nothing down. Basically they did their job so well that there's no emergencies.
That's a great point. You're right. The day slows, but if something goes wrong, it's because you made a mistake or people look at you as doing shoddy work.
Right. All right.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, it's a good call. Mike, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yep.
Right, like I would also think like emergency, like if you're a plumber or an HVAC guy and you get called back for a gig that you did.
Oh, well, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, you want a slow day, right? If I'm only maintaining stuff.
But those guys are all tinkerers too, though. Like they must get bored because they like to work with their hands and fix things. And that might drive you nuts not doing anything all day.
Yeah, but if it's stuff that...
If you're responsible for the crapper going bad.
But when it goes wrong, yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. All right, look what you did. You start talking about, you get all excited about ships, and then we got ship people.
We got shippies?
We got ship people. Let's talk to Bob. Hey, Bobo, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
Good, brother.
I was on the USS Nimitz from 1977 to 1981.
Yeah.
And, it gets boring out there, out to sea, but what you're doing is you're training for war. So what the Marines say is you sweat more in peace so you'll bleed less in war. And the Navy trains every day. That's why they're professionals.
Okay.
And we actually need more people to sign up because if you read the report today about our Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, we need some of these young people to step up and serve their country.
Bob, I'm sorry. Bob, when it comes to the Navy, do you think there's fewer recruits just because people don't look as good in bell bottoms anymore?
I never had the bell bottoms. I had the Cracker Jacks. It's not, they want you to have a haircut and look good and all that stuff, but
you get the ladies when you get into port, buddy.
Listen, my father-in-law served in World War II to keep freedom in this country, and the young people of today need to maintain that freedom. It's very important.
All right,
absolutely.
Bob, thanks for the call, buddy. Good luck with your Cracker Jacks, and I bet you still look great in that hat.
Thank you, sir.
Bobo, have a good rest of the day. So did he want to? So he was getting action, but it was training action.
Training action.
Okay, all right. Is that the action you're looking for?
I'm thinking you're looking for,
I could
maybe the action is the training.
I could train in my backyard.
You could.
I'm here because I'm on an aircraft carrier. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Yeah, I know we're looking at this cynically, right? I'm getting yelled at on Facebook now. Nobody wants anything bad to happen if you're as a first responder. Yeah. Yes, I get it. And maybe we're looking at it the wrong way. Because the end game when it comes to doctor, firefighter, police officer, EMS worker, military person, the end game is you are helping somebody.
Yeah.
Like, Tommy, if your doctor yesterday or 2 days ago had found something awful in your head, other than what's already in there, he was going to make you better.
Yes.
Like, that's what gets him going.
Cure.
Right.
Like, Kimmy, if your husband is racing to a fire, his entire reason for being in that moment...
It's to fix a problem. It's to help.
Yes.
It's to,
get everyone out safely. Put that fire out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you get in these businesses for. Yeah. So the end of hope isn't that people are sick or when bad things happen. It's that you get to be there when bad things happen, right? Because bad things are going to happen, and you need helpers when they do.
And it has to be satisfying when you fix the problem.
Yeah. It's just weird your doctor decided to say the quiet part out loud to a guy he had never met before.
I know.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, talking about being a firefighter. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, morning radio. Peace.
What's up?
So I joined the fire department right my senior year of high school.
Okay.
And you train 2-3 days a week, Tuesday night drill, Saturday drill, EMS drill, whatever, Thursday nights. And you do all that training, and you want your chance to show, I know my stuff. And any firefighter that says they don't want to roll up on a Code 5 structure fire blowing through the windows, you don't want to hear people trapped. But it's not really a thrill, but you want that structure fire once in a while, so you can say, all right, yeah, we scored, we won one against the Red Devil, and you want that chance to strut your stuff, basically, show that you know what you've learned.
I get it. I get it. Mikey's hoping.
Put your skills to the test.
Yeah, I hope that this building you spent a bunch of money on, we have to keep it from burning to the ground.
You want that thrill once in a while. I mean, the only reason I joined the fire department when I was in high school was I wanted to ride the fire trucks. That was it. And, I hated EMS. Tommy may remember the show Emergency. It was Johnny and Roy were paramedics. Well, I never wanted to be Johnny and Roy. I wanted to be Chet. I just want to fight the fire.
We all wanted to be Chet, man.
Kimmy has no idea what's happening.
I barely know what he's talking about.
Exactly. Them talk, and you're sitting around the firehouse, you hear the tones drop, and it's like, is it EMS? I mean, EMS sucked. I filled out the paperwork. I didn't want to do that stuff.
He didn't want to go all Hollywood.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Mikey, I'm sorry.
I'm writing a book, and some of these stories, you get together and, hey, Mike, tell the story about the guy that chopped, whatever off, and it's stuff like.
That's chapter 7.
Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I
don't know what to say. No.
I don't.
All right. So, enjoy your exciting day at work.
Yes.
Or make it through the boring day at work, because let's be real. Sometimes boring, as much as you don't want it, is much, much better.
Oh, yeah.
You know what wouldn't be boring, buddy?
What's that?
Being a movie star.
Oh, of course.
And, you brought it up, Tommy. It used to be if you wanted to be in the movies, you had to go all the way out to Hollywood.
Hollywood, yes.
Well, it's not that way anymore.
So Hollywood, where's it at?
Well, it feels like in our region, Hollywood has come to us. There's actually been a ton of these opportunities in our area over the last 5-10 years.
Yeah.
And there's another one a-coming.
Another one a-coming.
But here's the thing. If you want to be in this movie, which, by the way, they are looking for people, it will take a bit of a commute every day.
All right, but still.
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Big news for all you wannabe movie stars.
So what's happening?
You got an opportunity to make it on the big screen.
Wow.
But in exchange, there's going to be a little bit of a drive.
All right.
And there's no guarantee that the work you put in will be rewarded with the recognition you're looking for.
But take your shot, man.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF right now.
Yeah.
You can head to the contest page at WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Get the Let Out, a celebration of the mighty Zepp, coming to Kodak Center Friday, February 2nd. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
Upstate New York has become somewhat of a hot spot for Hollywood movie making.
Little movie hub?
Yeah, the last 15 years. So Buffalo, Rochester, and Syracuse have all had multiple major motion pictures shoot a bunch of stuff here. Just in Rochester. Over the last few years, we had Spider-Man come to town.
Oh, yeah.
There was
the action scenes here.
Yeah, right down on Main Street. There. Yeah. We had that movie starring John Lithgow and Blythe Danner. That was shooting all over the area. That Netflix car show used Kodak Park as a set overnight, pissing off all of the folks that lived around there.
It's too loud.
And the best part about this boom in entertainment, with almost all of these productions, if you want a shot to be a part of it, they'll give it to you.
They need extras.
Yeah. Well, possibly more than that.
Ooh, talkie.
The
You get a couple of lines. You get paid.
The latest opportunity is happening in Syracuse. A movie called Plain Clothes is scheduled to start production in February and March.
So like a cop drama?
Yeah, I'll explain that in a sec. They're looking for all kinds of actors to play all kinds of roles. And they haven't listed audition dates yet, but it sounds like there will be a chance for you to be a part of this if this is something that gets you excited. Either of you want to be in a movie?
I mean, I will say this. A retiree to be an extra for a day, it would be fun.
Well,
just to see how it's done.
All right, let's say you had a chance to legitimately audition for a one-line part in this movie.
You get a line.
Tommy, they call you up. They go, listen, we heard you read things on the air. We're looking for an illiterate man that from a distance kind of looks like an 8th grade.
Man, that joke does not die.
So bad.
Yeah.
If you were offered the chance to audition, knowing you had to drive to Syracuse every day for a month, I don't know why I'm still holding the phone to my face, would you go?
I mean, if I wasn't working?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's say you could even do it with this job. You got to be there by noon every day.
No.
Oh, yeah, this job's too hard to add movie with it. Oh, man, I got to sit in a leather chair for 4 hours and talk.
I mean, I did a couple of those in Florida, and they were fun.
You were on a movie set?
So I had to do two. So my buddies.
You had to.
Yeah. Well, they wanted him so bad.
So I did one where I sat in the audience for one of those commercials where they show you how to use appliances. And it was called Arnold's Gourmet Kitchen. So the guy was cooking, and then you had to be like reaction people in the crowd.
You had to laugh or clap.
Or like be like, wow. Like that. So I did that one, and then I did there was a TV show. It was a pilot for a TV show. It was called Key West.
Okay.
And it was being shot on Miami Beach. So my buddy's mom was the person getting the people in there. So we went down there and did that for the day. All we had to do.
Yeah.
We just had to sit on a city bench and pretend like we were talking as like we were just people on the side. And then I got picked to be up on stage for a political rally. And the only reason they wanted me is that I had a cigar and I had a legitimate polo shirt on. So I looked like I was important. So I got to sit up there with a lit cigar while this guy was giving this political speech, like I was like one of his cronies. But it was but they fed you every day. So you got $50 a day and a box lunch. And if you got it called back the next day, same deal.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm an out-of-work comedian, and I'm getting fed and making more money doing this than if I was doing a bar gig that night.
Right.
Well, yeah, because you weren't speaking. That's what got you paid more. All right, Kimmy, let's say
it's worth it.
Let's say this movie in Syracuse, they want you to audition.
Yeah.
It's going to be one line, but you got to go to Syracuse every day for a month. Would you do it?
No, because my fear is, and I know people who have done this when these movies have been in town, they get a special part, like they get a little bit more than an extra.
Right.
They get a line. We all line up to watch a movie, and their part was cut out. That would be my fear. Like I get my hopes up. I go do this thing, and I'm nowhere to be seen throughout the entire film.
But just to see how a movie's made and how they do it would be interesting for most people. Just that alone.
Okay, so the movie that's being shot in Syracuse, it's listed as an independent film. So it's not like if you get a part, like you have a chance of unless something crazy happens, like, oh my God, look how great they were in that spot. And even to Kimmy's point, getting the part doesn't guarantee you get cut out of it. But it would be a unique experience.
Yeah.
And it's one that a lot of people from our area actually know all about. There have been 3 movies in the last 20 years filmed here that use Rochester in some scenes. There was the John Mellencamp movie, After Image.
Yeah, I don't know if that ever went anywhere.
Oh, it did, and here's how I know. Kimmy brought up the whole getting cut thing. So my dad.
Oh yeah, he's in it, right?
Well, so he says.
Him and Mellencamp.
Okay.
So my dad, they were looking for cops, and because my dad needs all the
he's got the
attention-
uniform already.
Yeah, he wore his uniform. All that
Yeah.
stuff. So he goes down there, and he was in like an interrogation room where they were talking to a criminal, and he talks about, I was hanging out with John Mellencamp all day. Probably not.
Yeah.
So he's telling us all about his scene, and he opens a door, and he's on camera, and he buys the DVD when it comes out.
Yeah.
Right? Sits the whole family down, puts it in.
No.
It's just the door closing. You can't see him
His
at all.
hand?
You don't even see his hand. You just see the
Oh,
outside of the
no.
door closing. I was howling, and you don't take good to that.
He don't take good to howling.
So there was the John Mellencamp movie that they shot here. There was the Double Letter Killer movie, the Alphabet Killer.
That's when we were kids. Because
Yep.
I remember
Man,
there was
what
like a
losers
girl
did they
in
get
it.
for that
yeah.
one?
Well, look, that they only used the most handsome, talented Rochester
For what,
actors
corpses?
in that production. And then John Lithgow and Blythe Danner, the one we just talked about. So look, I was in the Double Letter Killer movie.
Everybody was. Every loser comic was in that thing.
You were just bragged about a boxed lunch.
With Michelle Pfeiffer in the area.
Okay, you and I had very different experiences doing this.
Yeah, I was in Florida, man.
No, look, I
Did
went.
you get a boxed lunch?
No,
Did
they
you see
made
Michelle Pfeiffer?
they made a stew.
Stew.
A stew?
I had to eat a
Wait,
stew.
they made a
Okay.
stew?
They made a
Do
stew.
you have to like go through like a line to get the stew?
Yes, I had to go through.
That's
like,
called a soup kitchen. Where was the commissary? The open door mission?
My experience filming that movie was miserable.
Oh, yeah.
So it was a scene in a diner on Main Street in East Rochester. They had us all get there at like 7 p.m., and we sat in the basement of a church all night long where they served the stew. And they didn't start filming the scene until like 3 in the morning. We didn't get to leave until like 6:30 a.m. So for some reason, they liked the way that I look.
Yeah.
It was with Princess Bride actor Carrie Elwes
Right.
and Eliza Dushku, I think was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
She was in a bunch of stuff at that time.
Okay.
I remember. Yeah.
So they're sitting at a table, and I'm right over her shoulder. So you can see my face, if it wasn't blurry, over her shoulder in this scene.
Yeah.
The problem was they had a woman sitting across from me, and it was supposed to be the back of her head. Well, whenever they started shooting the scene, she would turn around and look directly in the camera. Like she was obviously trying to get her face in this movie.
Yeah.
And they'd have to stop, do it again, don't do that. And she'd like subtly tried stop. So they ended up having to replace this woman. So we ended up, we started shooting at 3. We didn't get done until like 6:30 in the morning. And it was hanging out in this basement of a church. Look, I was just there because it sounded like fun.
Yeah.
The rest of the people there thought they were going to be
That's-
stars.
yeah, you get that's the great people watching.
No, but
is
Yeah,
the
but you're
serious dicks. So I remember this one dude. I remember he got on a payphone. This guy had to be like my dad's age. He's in tennis. He's dressed like he's going to go play tennis, and he's explaining to his wife that he didn't make the cut for the next day.
Okay.
And all you could hear her was telling him what Chinese food to pick up for dinner. Like she doesn't even care. She's been down this road so many times, with this old dick.
Bro, I'm in this.
It's the Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
No, but here's what's. I was in this basement for 7 hours in this church with these people, and all I'm hearing are obvious lies about all the work that they've gotten. Like, hey, if you were this much of a star, you wouldn't be an extra like I am in this movie that they're filming in East Rochester, New York. Shut up.
But I think people should do it if you have any interest. I think you'll find it fascinating.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. They announced yesterday as Buffalo, Syracuse, and Rochester has become the Hollywood of the East. Another movie filming in Syracuse, an independent movie called Plain Clothes. It's scheduled to shoot in February and March, and they're looking for all kinds of actors to play all kinds of roles. So you were asking what kind of movie this is.
It sounds like a cop movie.
It is a cop movie. The movie called Plain Clothes is about a detective who, back in the, it sounds like 60s and 70s, was assigned to go undercover to arrest gay men, but then defies orders when he falls in love with his target.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's a period piece. So it'll be set in the 1950s and 60s.
That's what it sounds like. I hope
60s
they're
and
not
70s.
doing that movie in today's world.
Right.
Cops arresting gay people for being gay.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what kind of extras they're looking for, but I would imagine there are going to be guys who have a lot of questions before they agree to doing this movie, right?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say you go audition for this movie, and because of, we know the plot now,
Yeah.
they want you to do a full nude scene, but they'll give you 10 grand.
Oh, yeah.
right now.
10 grand?
You would do a
to
full,
drop trout.
Okay, bro, no. Like full frontal.
I get it.
It's you there swinging dong.
Yeah. For $10,000.
$10,000 full nude scene.
I'm in. Yeah.
You have, hold on. You get out there.
Here we go. One more.
Well, no. Nothing gross. You get out there. You audition. We like it. Full nude scene. 10 grand.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have time to call your wife. We need a decision, yes or no, right now.
No,
Would you
I
take
can't
it?
do it.
Ah, you bitch ass.
First
bitch.
of all, I can't even. The answer is no anyway. I thought like if I was single, I would.
No,
do
I
it.
mean right now.
No, I couldn't.
Can I ask you a question?
She ain't letting that happen.
Can I ask you a question?
What?
Why do you think your wife would have a problem with you doing a full frontal
She'd be
nude?
embarrassed. She'd be embarrassed that my old ugly ass body's going to be on a screen.
But you're making 10 grand. All right, what is the number your wife would have to see where she would agree you should do the full frontal nude
maybe
scene?
she would do it for 10G.
Bro, there's no chance like any woman sees that and is like, ooh, I got to take him from
She
her.
would just be. I don't think I said it. Just the public embarrassment. Like the kids would know it, friends.
Why?
They know what you do for a living.
Yeah, but I
you
don't-
said perky nerpies the other day.
But I didn't show my perky.
Bro, you think your stepkids would go rent a
No,
movie
they'd be embarrassed.
where
they'd
you
hold
would be
you?
full
Wait.
frontal nude?
But just the fact that she'd have to explain that, there's no way she'd do
I
that.
don't know. What do you think your standard is? Like, what do you think the level? What's the word I'm looking for? How high of a standard do you think your family holds you at?
None. But they also don't want to. But now I'm taking my clothes off. It's one thing to be foul-mouthed, dude. Now I'm stripping.
Okay, so it's Thursday.
Yeah.
If today you were to go do a full frontal nude scene for a movie, it would be the fourth most embarrassing thing you did in media this week. Kimmy, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Same scenario, your husband, they see a shirtless calendar.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
go, well, that's the kind of guy we need.
Yeah.
They call him up, they go, listen, we need you to do a full frontal nude scene for this movie in Syracuse. It'll take 4 days. We'll pay you $10,000. Would you sign off on that?
If he wanted to do it, I wouldn't care.
So you would have no problem?
No. I would leave it up to him. Like, if it's something you're comfortable with, go for it.
You found out your mom rented the movie. Well, it would be out for anyone to see.
Right. And she
I would
also had to explain it to her
probably
friends.
warn my parents against renting the movie.
All right, you go.
I don't think it would really bother me. Again, like if he.
What if your
he was
girlfriend
really
started to
comfortable
comment on the
about it?
movie?
Well, I mean, she's already been in this scenario, kind of, because he's been shirtless at a
Yeah, but now
calendar.
it's all open.
Oh, wait till you see next year's calendar.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All the
I
Omaha
don't-
beef is in
it
out of
doesn't-
the box.
I guess it would surprise me if he wanted to do it. But if he really was like,
Okay, but
I'll
you're-
do this for the money, I don't care.
But again,
sure.
like your husband's in shape.
Yeah.
What if he wasn't? What if he was a complete?
I don't think it has to do with being in shape or
schlub.
not. It's just being nude.
And we know some schlubs.
We are schlubs.
Jason Kelsey's schlub.
No, but that guy's he's a professional athlete.
Hmm.
He had
But
no
he still's
problem.
got a big old gut. That gut is wide, man.
There
and,
are-
you think about him when he drops trow.
There are reports that Jason Kelsey's wife got upset with him for taking his shirt off at
It
the
was in
Bills
the
game on
post,
Sunday.
yeah.
It was in the post, so you know it's true.
Very true.
All right, Kimmy, let me ask you this then.
All right.
You're fine with your husband doing it. Let's say same kind of story. They call you. We heard you
Yeah.
on the air. Full frontal nude scene, $10,000.
I wouldn't want to do it.
You wouldn't do it for 10 grand.
No.
What's the number? Everyone's got a number.
I don't know. I think I'm way too embarrassed
Take
to do
the
it.
money. Nobody's going to see that movie.
Oh, well, after they find out Kimmy's in it,
I could not do it and be comfortable with
20
it.
grand.
No.
No!
You're
I
not
don't know.
dropping
I'm
trow
not
for
comfortable
20 G.
with my own nudity. I don't know what to tell you.
$20,000, Kimmy. It takes you 3 years to earn $20,000 at this job.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I could do it.
You're insane.
I know.
I do it for like $50
For 20 grand, I would get naked and be on a pogo stick.
upside down.
Yes.
Like I mean, you find me the person who is so self-conscious that they wouldn't take
But
10
I
grand
think
to
it's
do a
more
full
of
front.
like that lives on forever. Like, what if I have kids one day? You know,
Okay, but-
I'm thinking about the future of it all and like just the fact that it's never gonna go away.
No, but
like,
I think-
even if I'm fine with it now, will I still be okay with it down the road?
But I feel like you're making an argument to do it because down the road, all of our bodies go funhouse mirror.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you look better now.
You're
than
right.
You're
You're
gonna
right.
look
Maybe
in-
something you look back on fondly.
Exactly.
But
Like,
it'd be
look at how
interesting.
great I looked.
It'd be interesting to interview like all those Playboy models and all that stuff that did it when they looked beautiful and they were young, and did they regret doing it now because it's still out there? Was it a good experience or a bad experience?
No, you know what I always wonder? Because there's always like those actors and actresses that'll get a part in the movie and it's just like it'll be like them playing a stripper or, you know, where they're just
Yeah.
showing everything and you never see them again. And I always wonder like, did that actress regret taking that
She'd
role?
have to.
Or is
she's
that
thick.
something that, to your point, maybe she's proud of because she just wanted, she tried it and it didn't work?
Because she's taking her clothes out thinking she's going to get
That's
a
what I-
better
yeah.
role, and it didn't happen. I would think that would be really humiliating. Like, I did everything I could, including getting naked, and it didn't happen.
So you just reminded me, I know exactly how that woman feels. So I have a buddy of mine.
Okay.
Who his wife was in a Showtime movie.
Oh.
Like right as you know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
Skinamax years.
So, but it was like TNA.
Yeah. So like she was topless.
Right.
And like that was it. Like, she was in the movie to be topless. She didn't have a line
But
or anything like that.
it was a role.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the only
Yeah.
thing she ever did.
It was Perky Nerpy, the musical. Very good.
She talked about it all the time.
Really?
Like proudly.
Okay.
Okay.
And like she would brag about being in this movie, and like when people asked follow-up questions, she would go on to explain
Well,
what she
she's
did.
extremely comfortable with her nudity.
But here's the thing.
Well, I just wonder because it never worked out. You obviously
Yeah.
wanted to be an actress
She
and it
did.
didn't work out.
It didn't, but like that's
Yeah.
her like most exciting part of like her dream. And here's the
Okay.
thing: I know people have an image in their head of what that woman is. Was not this woman. She
Yeah.
has a professional job.
Right.
She's a mom now, right? Like you would not in a million years look at this woman and go, "You were topless in a
Right.
Showtime movie in 2007."
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't think that at all.
But
Yeah,
I
I
mean-
think I would think that'd be humiliating for a woman if it doesn't go on anywhere, especially.
But I also think there's a difference between like what we're describing here, doing like a full frontal nude scene in a movie they're filming in Syracuse, versus like posing in Playboy. Because like if you're in a movie, you're not there to titillate; it's to push the
Yes.
story
Yeah,
forward.
you're
Yeah.
playing a character.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's not me naked. That's my character naked. Although that is my penis, because my penis and my character's penis one and the same.
Mm-hmm.
I do it for 10G, no problem. Even right now. I wonder if my wife would be okay with it.
You
Probably
have
not.
two
And
daughters,
your
though.
daughters are not
I
going to
know.
be in on this, man.
I promise you, my daughters, if they found out I had a full frontal nude scene,
They
in the
would
movie,
be so embarrassed.
they'd never see that movie.
No, but their friends might.
Why
my
would
God.
their friends want to see that movie? Would you want to see a movie where your friend's dad
no,
was naked?
but would you or your buddies see a movie where your friend's mom was naked?
Well, that's different.
I think that there are kids that would poke fun at it just because it's out there.
Right. Just they don't
Yeah.
have to see it.
Yeah.
Just the embarrassment of you doing it, and they got to go to school. That would be horrible for a young girl.
You want those new sneakers for school this year? Daddy's got to do what Daddy's got to do. I take the cigar out of my mouth.
All right.
Let's take a break. So let's see. If we're doing the holiday upcoming list here.
What holiday we got now?
Bro, we're like 3 weeks away from Valentine's
Oh,
Day,
that holiday.
first of all. And then Easter's early this year. Did you know that Easter is like the last weekend of March?
Oh.
Oh, they're piling up.
Yep. And because of that, stores have already started throwing out all the Easter swag.
Wait, the candy?
Yeah. For example, there is a store where
Yeah.
you can buy, and we have one here in town, the most, what sounds like glorious Easter gift possible.
Damn.
It's going to run you some money.
Okay.
And it also had people a little disappointed when they found out the details about it. But we'll tell you all about it.
Okay.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Valentine's Day, less than a month away.
Oh, yeah?
And we got an early Easter this year, buddy.
Okay.
Last weekend of March, which means that the Easter stuff has already creeped out into stores. And there's one Easter item at a store that actually is right here in Rochester. People are very excited about.
What do you get?
Until they read the details.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Like, this discussion isn't even for you, Tommy, because you don't eat candy.
Well, you're not some candy pounder.
Bro, I pound mad candy at Easter time on cheat day.
All right. That didn't sound sad.
Cadbury's.
On cheat day.
Bro, like on Sundays when Easter
All
candy
the
shows
chocolate.
up, I will put myself into a diabetic coma.
All right.
Kimmy, you're a chocolate person, right?
Yeah, but I can't go crazy on chocolate.
Okay, well then this item is not for you because right now Costco is selling a 2-foot tall, 4.5-pound chocolate Easter bunny.
No.
Wait, it's solid?
I feel so sick.
So it's not solid, and that's upset some people. When they saw the picture, they believed the bunny was solid, and they got all excited. It's a hollow bunny, but it's still 2-foot tall,
It would be
4.5
heavy,
pounds.
yeah.
Okay.
For $64 if you're interested.
That's not
Okay.
bad. Because they used to have one at Eastview Mall that was solid.
Yeah.
And it was like $300.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly the one, and that's been my dream my whole life.
But yeah, I almost think like you got to rent the chainsaw to start cutting that thing up.
Yeah, how do you eat it? Do you just start gnawing on
know
it?
it. You
You start
know.
got to cut it up like a mob, like sawing it, and you're gonna bury it.
You know what you do? You gotta work it like a stand-up base where you put it between your legs and just start from the
Right.
top and gnaw your way down. The problem with something like this, especially from a chain grocery store, is that chocolate is going to be hit or miss. Right?
Not the highest quality.
Well, that's just it.
Depends.
You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know. You're not going to know until you take that first bite of that $64 bunny.
Now
Here's
you're
my
stuck with it.
here's my question.
Yeah.
Would you rather have a ton of meh chocolate or a little bit of really good chocolate?
Good chocolate is just amazing.
You ain't kidding.
Yeah.
I think you got to go good over base.
Yeah, the quality.
All right, we're all in agreement on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
There's just something about that taste because you don't get it very often either.
Yeah, you're right. It's Valentine's
Like that,
Day. It's
Yeah.
was
Easter
it
time.
Ghirardelli and Godiva?
Okay, I'm
Is that
talking.
high-end?
No, all right,
That's
listen,
high-end
That's
chocolate.
not the chocolate I'm talking about, man. That's like smug ass label chocolate, bro.
Where are you getting your dark?
Yeah,
deep,
what would you
dark
qualify
chocolate?
as like higher end chocolate?
I'm talking like local artisan chocolate makers.
Oh, like fresh
Yeah.
made right there.
Andy's
well, that's
Candy,
Stevens.
Stevers,
yeah.
places
Oh,
like
yeah.
All right, so you want to go right to Chocolate Town.
that. Oh, I'm going to Chocolate Town, buddy.
Why didn't you? I didn't realize you were such a chocoholic.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I talk about it
yeah.
all the time. Why? What do you got something?
I just got into the chocolate game myself.
No kidding.
Yeah. I set up a little kiosk in a men's room.
Wait, what's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Happy Easter Chocolate Town in Your Mouth sauce.
So you're the reason the toilet's clogged.
Oh, I'm gonna give him an office jammer
For God's
right
sakes,
down his
man.
throat.
What the hell? You gotta dump that.
No, it's chocolate. It's candy.
For God, you thought you were gonna get
I'm
away with
giving
that.
you candy
There is
down your mouth.
There's your terrible treat if you watch us on YouTube or the live stream. Break Room WCMF. The break.
Pull my
God,
headphones out of the
you should have. Everybody should have pulled everything out of there. Shut up. No, like if you offered me a 4.5-pound Easter bunny at Costco versus a $10 solid bunny from Andy's Candies,
Yeah.
I'm taking the solid bunny
I
every single
agree
time.
with you totally.
Right? And like here's the thing that sucks about Easter candy. The limited time you can get it from like the artisan people cuz like
Yeah.
first of all, Andy's Candies is my place, but I know Stevers is really good. I just grew up with Andy's Candies, right? Like
Yeah.
walking into Andy's Candies, one of their satellite locations they open during the holidays.
Yeah.
That smell of the fresh chocolate.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the best punch in the face you've ever gotten in your life. But I always overdo it. And I will buy solid chocolate that I will not be able to get through before it becomes not good chocolate. You know what I'm saying?
But it lasts a while, no?
Yeah, it will.
I always see. Here's the problem.
You should really go overboard.
Well, no, like all right. So you got to gnaw, right? So Andy's Candy sells it in like this plastic bag that doesn't zip back up again.
Yeah.
So I'll gnaw and I'll gnaw and I'll gnaw and I'll gnaw, and in my gnawing, I'll accidentally bite tiny holes into the plastic bag.
What?
Oh,
Well, you got to hold the bunny in the bag.
I think that's what dogs do.
If you take the bunny out and hold it in your bare hands,
Just savage.
it melts.
Why don't you just eat pieces of it?
Well, no. What am I gonna know? Because I got to gnaw. I'm not gonna cut it.
We could.
I'm not gonna. No.
Gnaw on your bunny with your chocolate hands.
Well, here's why. Because like one of the most satisfying moments of humanity is when you're gnawing on the bunny, and like the perfect piece breaks off in your mouth, right? Where now you can now savor and let it melt on your tongue. I live for that moment.
See, I turned y'all onto something. You're not a coffee drinker.
No.
But if you drop some of that chocolate in your coffee and let it dissolve while you're making your coffee, it's phenomenal. Like that chocolate coffee aroma is the best. And I know like Kimmy won't do it.
Well, I've had it's like a hot chocolate with coffee in it. That's really good. It's the same thing.
You're taking that high-end chocolate, put it in your coffee.
But if it's high,
Phenomenal.
but I don't think you need it to be high end. If it's just chocolate in your coffee, it'll do the trick.
I don't get the high-end name brand chocolate like Ghirardelli or what was the other one?
Godiva's number one.
Ferrero Rocher.
Yeah.
Like every time I've ever had
Oh,
the
yeah,
opportunity.
Oh, I like those. Those are like kind of crunchy though.
What about the Toblerone, the big long? It almost looks like a support beam.
No,
you
I
can
don't.
get it at the airport.
I don't spend enough time in airports to get them.
No, but they sell that at Wegmans now.
No, I understand. Like
But that's not solid chocolate. That's got that hazelnut in it, which I do taste.
I don't get hazelnut either.
Because you don't like Italian people.
Well, I mean, my experience with one in particular. No, like every time I've had the opportunity to try like that high-end chocolate, it just tastes like status. It doesn't taste good. It's like, oh, this is.
Well, yeah, and
it's just a name. You're just buying a name. Sucks. Like I'd
I
much
like
rather
to keep it simple too.
I'm with you.
I don't need like like raspberry filling.
You don't like nuts in your meat or your chocolate?
No, Tommy, I don't.
All right.
Even though I do.
252 WCMF. We're talking about Costco for Easter is offering a 2-foot-tall, 4.5-pound Easter bunny that cost $64, and everyone got excited until they found out it was hollow.
And you got to look like such an ass walking out of Costco with that in your shopping cart.
I'd have
Yeah,
no
seriously.
problem being that guy.
It would take up most of the shopping
You
cart.
would look like such an idiot.
I'd carry it like a baby. One arm, cradle it in my arms. No, but like going back to that rich chocolate that you buy at like, Pittsford Wegmans or whatever. I would much rather have a Snickers bar or a plain Hershey
yeah, I'm
bar
with
over
you
something
there.
like that.
That's just
Oh, no.
because you
No.
just look down on the wealthy people.
You can't beat those standard chocolate bars.
She's right.
There's just
When's the
no
last time you had a
comparison.
Godiva bar? Never.
No, I mean, I've had a bite of like, the little squares that they sell. Somebody had it at their house and I tried it and it's not bad, but it's just like, this is all this for this.
Mm-hmm.
But the Swiss think they got something going on.
I don't know if it's Swiss.
I thought all that high-end chocolate came from Switzerland.
Well, Ghirardelli's Italian.
Yeah, but they got it in Switzerland and
That's
brought
what
it
they
to
did,
Italy.
yeah. And then
It's
they
like,
moved to San Francisco and then they made it.
it's like you Italians, like, I found it on a truck, now it's mine. Here you go. All right, let's take a break. There was a time.
Oh, there was a time.
Prepare, because it's coming again when we get into the break, where you had to be married by a certain age or face judgment.
Oh, you're a loser.
Yeah, exactly. And I know there are still some people that have that idea. That has changed, however, because when you find out how many Americans at this age have never been married, we may start to realize that the idea of marriage is either one, something that is not important to people anymore,
May not be.
or two, something people are taking way more seriously.
So they're waiting?
It's possible.
Okay.
It's one of these two things. Wait till you hear this number. We'll tell you next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. There was a time where if you were 35 and not married, you were a weirdo.
Yes.
A cast-off.
Too late.
Damaged goods. Or an old maid that no self-respecting human being could ever love. But, Tommy, it's not that way anymore.
So what's going on now?
A shocking number of people getting older in this country have been waiting.
Break first-time marriage.
You got it. Waiting for what? We don't know. But they are not ready to settle down the way their parents and grandparents once did before them.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we going to bitch it out, buddy?
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And next time you go to a hotel, never use one of these. And it's not what you think. But what these things are supposed to be for and what it turns out people are using them for, very different.
Ooh.
And we'll tell you what it is just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
1 in 4 Americans over the age of 40 right now have never been married.
That's
1 in 4.
1 in 4.
Okay.
It is by far the largest number in United States history. Just to give you some perspective.
Yeah.
In 1980, what was it, 40 years ago?
Yeah, we were loose, though, bro.
Only 6% of Americans over 40 had never been married.
That makes sense.
So 1/4 of people 40 or older in America right now have never been married. And there are a few reasons, according to this study, why this is happening. They cite the decline in religion has fewer people feeling like they have to tie the knot and settle down.
You get pushed.
You got it. There are folks that want to advance their careers today. They find settling down may hinder that. Keeps you from moving from city to city.
Yeah.
Okay. And, of course, financial issues are holding people back from getting married. Getting married and being married, starting a family, costs an effing fortune.
Yeah.
And people just don't have that money. What's strange, however, is how we look at someone that is 30, 35, 40, 45 that's never been married. Tommy, if I told you I had a friend that's 40 and he's never been married, knee-jerk reaction, your first thought about him would be?
Kind of a slack ass. Doesn't want to commit to anything.
Okay.
Wants to go out and have his fun. He's probably still in 3 or 4 softball leagues. You know what I mean? He plays darts every Tuesday night. He's just, I have a buddy that was this guy forever.
Okay.
He just wanted to go out and be a guy, and he never wanted to settle down.
What you're saying sounds romantic.
It is till you meet him. But he also has nothing. I mean, like, conversationally.
Well, he's probably, he's in a different point than most of his friends, so it's tough to find people to,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he also has no accountability, which sounds great, but it also can show up in other areas if your life to look kind of sad.
Well,
no more sad than trouble.
Give me an example. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He's got a car with no horn. He'll go out for drinks with stains on him.
Okay, but
thinking he's going to get some.
Okay.
And he's always the guy who thinks he's going to get some. And the only thing he got was that stain. And it's not like a little stain. It's like a par 4 on his chest.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, if I told you I got a friend, he's 40 years old, he's never been married, knee-jerk reaction, one word to describe him, go.
Well, it's funny because
a lot of words there.
Okay, but you're describing somebody with no structure, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe this guy is too structured.
Okay.
He's too set in his ways.
Oh.
He doesn't want anybody to come in and change his lifestyle. Like he's just been a single guy, and, it's tough to bring somebody else in that may not align with the way you've been living your life.
All right, set in your ways.
So I almost see it like the opposite way, where it's just not convenient to have somebody in your life.
You don't want it.
There is something very interesting about the responses both of you gave, because I did not see this coming. All right, again, the phone number is 252-WCMF. To you folks over 40 that have not been married, why? Because for some reason we've been focusing on men, but women are included in this too.
Yeah.
It's just people over 40. It wasn't all that long ago that when you saw someone that was 40 years old and not yet married, it wasn't he's living the bachelor lifestyle. It wasn't his life is too structured. It was that guy's a weirdo.
Yeah.
Like nobody
Yeah.
could love them,
Right.
and that's why they're single.
Mama's
at 40.
They
boy.
couldn't find
There was an
somebody.
issue.
Yeah.
Yes, but even you two, as lame as you are, had the progressive take that they made the choice not to get married.
yeah.
Well, I guess we've met some of these people.
Yeah,
You know
I'm
what I mean?
basing it off, people that I know that are single, and it just kind of seems like they're content with being single.
But I remember, Kimmy, like it wasn't all that long ago, if you met someone who was a grown-ass person, long in the tooth that hadn't been married, you started looking for reasons why no one could love them, not that was the choice they made.
Yeah.
Is there also, and I guess I'm trying to figure out like what age range this would be, but like kids whose parents got divorced, they
Okay.
could also
Ugly.
see marriage in a different way, where they saw both their parents really struggle after a divorce, and they thought, well, why would I want that?
Well, to your point, I mean, if you're
And that would
40
be somebody in their 30s, 40s.
if you're in your late 30s, early 40s now, you are a child of the 80s and 90s when the divorce rate was the highest it ever was in America. So that makes perfect sense. You're absolutely right. And I'm not saying that's what these people are. Look, I get it. Some people just don't want to get married. It's a huge commitment. It costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
But
as you age, I think, too, when all your friends are married, it's hard to be social with those people because they're doing more couple and family things, and you just don't fit in for whatever reason, even though you may try. That would be really difficult. Like if you're a 50-year-old guy who's never been married and you have a multitude of maybe you're a friendly guy, you're social, I think it would be really hard.
I don't know, man. Like I got a buddy who just recently got married at like 37. And until he met this woman.
He was just like the unofficial uncle.
Yeah, well, yeah. And from his early 30s into his mid 30s, he would just show up at my house. We'd all hang out together with my wife. Like it was never even a question.
But
Is
at
it weird
50,
for him?
But is that weird at 55?
You tell me.
You've never been married and you're like family friend, but you've never been. But even we know some guys who are like that. They ended up getting married damn near at 60 years old.
Well, it is funny for men especially, right? Because they always marry younger women. There gets to a point in a man's life it feels like you realize my body's going to fail me and I need someone to take care of me.
Right. You're looking for a mommy and a nurse.
Yeah, you need a companion.
You really are.
I know, but just the way you say it is so
I know,
creepy.
mommy.
I need a mommy. Can I get a mommy?
But that's kind of how they act.
Well, you kind of realize you can't do it alone.
Right.
Or you don't want to do it
But
alone.
but now you're forcing yourself into a relationship just that's
But I think that's what you want, though, at the time.
But he's right. You are forcing it.
But but it's not like you just met somebody and you fell in love. You're looking for health care and somebody to bang.
You'll do. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You'll do. Right? That would be my fear if I meet
That
someone
was my
who's-
sister. 5 times.
Yeah, but she did marriage. She loved marriage. Loved
Oh,
marriage.
yeah.
No, but like I don't know, like when I see, because we have a couple of guys we know in their 50s who got married for the first time, like you said, and like I don't know how that's not in the back of your head as a woman. Like you never decided to get married until you met me. You're at a certain point in your life. Why me?
Yeah.
Why now?
Right.
And
That
you-
would be a flag to me if I was a chick.
I'm with you, but maybe.
But I don't know. But if she's also single, and it works, you could. I mean, she could also be kind of seeking this the same thing.
Yeah, but
at that point.
But women have so much more options in the dating game than dudes do, especially as you age.
Do they?
Oh, for men, yeah.
Well, okay.
Who was a raggedy ass man at my age?
I think you guys are having two separate arguments. Again, 252 WCMF, 1 in 4 Americans over 40 have never been married. It's by far the largest number in American history. Just for perspective, in 1980, that was 8%. Now it's 25%. So, Tommy, you say that women have more options. Kimmy, you want to argue? Women have more men that are willing to date them. The quality pool for women to date is smaller than it is for men.
Right. Right. Yeah. But like if I was, all right, so let's say I'm single, let's say I'm recently divorced, 45, 50 years old. I meet this chick at a bar. She's about my age. Never been married. You'd have some questions.
Woman over 40 that's never been
She's
married?
like, let's say she's 45, you're 50. Everything's looking good, but she's never been married. No kid, nothing.
Okay, so I'd have a couple of questions that would clear things up. What do you do for a living? Because if she has a professional, like,
She's got a
high-powered
good,
job,
good gig.
if she's got like a professional, high-powered job, I would think you didn't get married because you were goal-motivated,
All
career-oriented.
right,
That makes
It's
sense.
never happened for you.
Yeah, exactly. I would also, eventually figure out, like Kimmy brought up, what's the background of your family? If you watched something terrible happen with divorce and it affected you in that way,
Right.
I would understand that.
Well, let's say there was no issues like that.
That would be weird.
Right. It would, right? It would be kind of like, what's going on here, man?
But it's strange how you look at your buddy who was single and go, he made that decision actively. When you look at a woman still and go, nobody loves her.
Or there's some kind of issue, like somebody met her and just would, every time she got close, like somebody saw
I
something
mean, there are
and
women
bailed.
that get cold feet though too.
Well, every night. That's why my wife keeps putting blanket after blanket on the bed.
I mean, she could have, gotten in a serious relationship and then backed off because this is too much for me now.
But how many times? 45.
Yeah. I mean, do you whistle
what?
during sex? What's going on here, man?
No, I'm saying though, but she realized what?
No,
He's being a creep.
She just, realized maybe marriage isn't for her.
Right.
I like my independence.
Would you judge harsher a man at 45 or a woman at 45 that had never been married, Kimmy? Honesty?
Well, I would think I would assume the man's more irresponsible, and that's why he's not married.
So
he's a child.
What would you assume for the woman?
It's more of like a maturity thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because, Kimmy, do you have friends that are single approaching 40 right now?
Yeah, and I think that they...
Chicks?
Yeah, and they're kind of to the point where they've...
He's making no, he made a face.
Oh.
We're
face?
on
No,
camera.
no.
We're on camera.
Oh, it's very common.
I'm listening to her story.
It's very common, and I think that they are to the point where they've dated. But wasn't your wife single when she met you?
No, but she'd been married.
Oh, that's really
Yeah,
weird.
well, this has never been married before.
This has never been married.
Look at Kimmy.
Whatever you
How
have to
about
say.
this? Oh, not the same thing.
They have homes. They like their space.
Okay.
That's impressive.
You know what I
guess.
mean? Like
Such a pandering
you are
bitch.
so. I know.
What is wrong with you?
You bought a house with no man. That's hey, tough to
Good for
do.
you.
Yeah,
honey.
so did your wife.
No, but it's tough to do. And
And
she
then you
struggled.
moved into it for free.
Yes.
You carpet-bagging ass bitch.
Got
I
a
think
loan
that
all by
they,
yourself?
and we're at this weird age right now too, where you're kind of approaching the point where people are getting their divorced for the first time. So they're kind of like, maybe if I do find somebody, it'll be on their second time around. You know what I mean?
All right, so to that
Because
point.
the pool right now is kind of like guys that don't really want to settle down.
Okay, but maybe in that way, when it comes to the dating scene, the benefit to being past 35 and never married, are you going to judge a divorcee harder than you're going to judge someone that's never been married at 40 years old? Like if you have on over here someone that's been married, divorced at 33, still single, over here, never been married, which one seems like a better option?
More appealing?
Yeah. Because, I mean, look, when you think about it, as you ponder with that giant head of yours, making faces.
It's a big old pondering head.
I mean, divorcees, there's baggage that comes with
That's
that.
the first thing I was thinking of. There's going to be way more issues. And so that single person may be more attractive just based on less baggage.
Okay, so you judge a woman and go,
Yeah,
why
you
can
said, yeah.
nobody
you said
love
that was
her?
a red flag, though.
But now you're back on team, never been married.
All right. I mean, I guess it really comes down to the personality of those two people. Because when I was single and you would go out on a date and you would date somebody who also just recently been divorced, and the first thing they wanted to tell you was how much their last relationship sucked.
Okay.
That was like a long conversation you had to suffer through. You wouldn't get that with somebody that's never been married.
Well, I mean, they could still have a committed relationship just without a ring.
Yeah.
And by the way, you bring up the baggage stuff and you bring it down to personality. There was a story we told earlier this week. It happened, I believe it was out in Wayne County. A man attacked another man who was with his ex-girlfriend and stole his shoes.
Yes.
You remember that story, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even if that woman has a fantastic personality, I don't want my shoes stolen again. Maybe this is not a relationship I want to be a part of.
All right.
I also know women that they're not married because they were in a long relationship with somebody who didn't want to commit, and then they finally, after years of wasting time together, finally decided maybe this isn't going to work.
But that's a different relationship there too.
But that could be why she's also never been married.
But she's also going to be really bitter because she wasted. It's one thing saying I just don't want to be married. Cool.
Yeah.
But if I invested in this dude for let's say 10 years
I think
and
it's
it never,
common.
that chick's going to be pretty hardened on a lot of things.
Well, but here's the thing,
and
man.
it's not her fault.
But we all pay for
It's Tony's fault.
we all pay for the sins
of
the guy
Tonys.
that came before us.
Yeah.
All of Tony's sins.
Bro, every guy has had paid for the sins of a Tony.
But it goes both ways, right? Like your wife, my wife, paid for the sins of the women that came before her.
Sure.
And we paid for the sins of the men that came before us. So, to think that that's going to be a problem you won't have to deal with is just wrong. It happens with every woman or man that you meet, right? All right, Tommy, finish this sentence. Don't think, just speak.
Right.
You ready?
Always do.
Every single day. A person should be married by the time they're
35.
35. Kimmy, finish this sentence. Don't think. Speak. A person should be married by the time they're.
I don't think there is an age.
You get.
I don't.
So cool. Guys, I'm kidding. I'm like so progressive. I don't have any opinion because
So
do what you want, man. I don't even care.
I don't, because I know people who are going to. I know people that have kids together that are not married. I think that they just. The only thing that bothers them about not being married is not referring to each other as husband or wife.
Okay.
But they have
feel
kids?
They feel like they're being judged by other people by not giving their significant other that title.
But their mom and dad.
They just realized like they don't have to get married, so why do it?
Well, I mean, no, it's common. It's way more common than
You
you
make
think.
a kid, you live together.
Yeah.
But you're not married.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like you did everything but.
But you're not.
But I think I mean
really doesn't change much, I guess, either way.
I mean
all the responsibilities.
That's kind of their
are
point.
there.
Like they're just like, we're at this point. Why do we need the certificate?
No, but that's what's funny to me because, like, I get as like a single person in your 30s, like Kimmy, you and your husband, for example, you don't have any kids, right?
Right.
Like, if you decided not to get married just because it was too complicated, look, if things went south, if you wanted to break up, clean break, you're done, no paperwork involved.
Yeah.
If you're unmarried with a kid together, that freedom is gone,
Right.
Because there's a serious amount of issues when it comes to child support and agreements done when you get to see the kid and stuff like that. Like at that point, like why not just get married?
Right.
What's the difference?
There is no difference.
Well, you want to fix that broken child.
No, I'm saying
No,
what's the difference between being
either way, you're tied to that
fix
child.
that broken child? What do you mean by that?
Well, you know.
You'd have to deal with those things if you broke up anyway.
That's what I mean. So like
Yeah,
you
so
know,
why-
why not get married? Like
I wouldn't want that to answer.
I just
that
don't
one.
think they'd think it'd change anything.
Okay.
Like if your kid realized, how about you never got married? Why? Like all my friends,
Well, but I
their
don't know
mommy
if
and
it'll
daddies
be
are
as
married. What do you?
common for those kids.
But what do you say to that kid?
But you're saying it like it's a bad thing.
Why? Maybe the kid doesn't understand. Maybe the kid thinks you don't. There's a problem.
No, you talk awfully fast there, buddy.
Well, I'm a kid. That's what you do.
No, I heard from a
I had
distance.
too much candy.
So, no, but I mean, if your kid is raised in a situation where you're not married, that's what their normal is.
Right, but let's say they meet most of their friends. Their parents are married.
Yeah.
And they come up to you and go, "Why aren't you and mommy
But I
married?
think
Why
that there
didn't you
are
do that?"
So many different family situations now and people are more open
voice is
about
kinda
than
going up there
they
a
used to
little
be
bit
when
there,
you were a kid.
No, but she's right. Like, let's think about. I mean, I'll just go through like situations I see with my kids' friends' parents,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, you've got people that are married with kids, or people that never got married with kids, as Kimmy described.
All
You got folks that are married in your traditional quote American
Yeah.
family. You got divorced families. We got couples with two moms. You got couples with two dads,
Right.
right? Like. There is no like standard family
Yeah, that's
for
true.
my
Okay,
kids.
all right.
I
So it's all over.
think
Marriage is out of control.
It's all over the place. It's all over the place.
Well, it is, and that's a good thing, right?
You know, as we bring up like the two moms and two dads, the one thing that's a little bit interesting here, you would think that now, you know, it's been like 20 years since the gay marriage thing,
Yeah.
and, you know, it's legal. You would think that would have increased the number of people getting married younger.
Oh yeah, because now more people can get married to how they want.
Yeah, you have the opportunity. Like you,
But
you
it
would-
Yeah,
didn't.
because it's there.
That's
the
weird.
options
And
there.
it didn't move the needle went the other way.
It went the opposite way.
Oh.
Unless gay folks are either waiting longer to get married, or they watched all the straight folks all this year. And we're like, yeah, we're not falling for
Yeah.
that.
We're good.
Get out of my face. All right, let's take a break. It is Thursday. You know what that means.
Yeah, we got to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And the most resourceful people are the ones that are most successful,
Oh yeah.
right? Like if you can MacGyver your way out of any situation, you'll never go hungry, you'll never be cold, you'll
Yeah.
never be in a bad spot.
Yeah.
However, this MacGyver situation that apparently so many people have been doing in hotels that this man is telling you, do not use this item for what it's intended for. This is weird.
Okay.
Really weird. We'll tell you about it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Buddy.
What's going on?
It's especially a warning for a guy like you.
What did I do?
Well, you don't want to ruin your nice clothes, right?
That's just true.
So when you go to certain hotels, this man is warning, pleading people, do not use this item on your clothes, what it's designed for, because of what other people are doing with it.
Ooh, wait, what are they putting
It's
in?
not sexual. In fact, if it was sexual, that person would be in a hell of a lot of pain.
But is it in a sexual crevice?
Not at all. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Thursday. When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or say that their face kind of looks like a sexual crevice. Got to really hurt him. Something along the lines of...
Bad Duffy, I put on my best olive green pants today, and Tommy's making me all squirmy and uncomfortable because he said sexual crevice because I'm just a squirming little Lululemon wearing little bitch.
Again, they were on super sale. That's
I
why
understand.
they're olive. No, you don't. When you can get them for $40, you get them.
Oh, all you ladies rush out. Get them. Get your leggings.
Bro, of all the things
What?
you're going to make fun of me for.
I wear standard dungarees.
We take all your bitch. No, they're not standard. They're hemmed. You take all your bitch voices. We wrote it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, you can't wear my shoes because Tommy's got little baby feet. You can't wear them because I'm a normal man and I'm just a little man. You can't wear my little man shoes. So I'm going to go home now because it's 10:01.
Hey, you're talking a lot for a guy. He's running away right now. We could have stopped him.
So I own a drone company local, and
I'm a droney, homie. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want anybody to come with me to the big game on Sunday because I want to sit by myself and enjoy it. You're not going to appreciate it because I'm just a Buffalo Bills little bitch.
I own horses, and I know lots of
I'm a horse lady. You're going to get fired.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I got power. I finally got power as a working man, and I can use it all I want, but I'm scared to do it because I'm a scared-ass power head, but I won't use a little bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I want to be the grammar cops, even though I didn't even hardly graduate high school and didn't even go to college because I'm a not knowing nothing little bitch.
What are you scared? What are you scared? Oh, stop it. I don't want to take the over, but I'm going to take the over because I want to pander to people listening to the show because I'm a scared-ass pandering-ass scared-ass bitch. Take the under if you think
I
it's
can't
under.
win.
You bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I want to dress up like Tony the Townie this morning and walk around like I don't have a job, but I know that everybody's bar schedule this week, and I got everybody's picks in on my squares because I'm just like Tony the Townie little bitch.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
So there's a whole new world of influencers that have taken over social media.
Okay.
Travel bloggers.
Oh, all right.
Kimmy, you know how popular these travel bloggers have become.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll show you the most beautiful parts of the world.
Yeah, and they'll give you tips on what to do on your own travel excursion. My wife is like obsessed.
Tips and tricks to avoid the crowds.
Oh my God, it's so stupid, Kimmy. Like some of it's like the most obvious stuff. Tie your name around your suitcase. That way you don't lose your suitcase.
Hacks, travel hacks.
There is one that I have never heard before.
Okay.
And I don't know if this is gross or genius. A man who runs a blog called God Save the Points is warning people to never use the hotel iron to iron your clothes.
Oh, okay.
Guess I never thought of that.
He says
what's wrong with it?
The reason is people use the iron to heat up leftover pizzas in their room.
Okay.
Oh, that's a little dangerous.
And that there will be leftover grease and sauce and food residue on the iron.
Okay, so at least wipe it off.
He says, so he says, yeah, you should use it on a towel first or some of like the linens to make sure that there's nothing on there. But he says when you flip over the iron and you see the burnt stuff that is always on those irons, odds are that's food that someone used to heat up the iron with.
So they're using it as a hot plate.
You got it. He says this is a very popular hack among pilots.
Oh, they heat up their food that way?
Yes, so if you are at a hotel near an airport, don't even go near the iron.
All right.
All right. Using an iron to heat up your food in a hotel room, genius or disgusting?
Sad. Just kind of sad.
Oh, I'm surprised you aren't immediately grossed out
I am,
over everything.
Yeah. I mean, that's a sad, lonely guy move right there.
Well, yeah, but sometimes, when push comes to shove, I ain't got a...
But there's a reason why push came to shove, because your ass is sad.
All right, hold on.
You sad traveling ass.
There are not sad people who have to do sad things
That's true.
when they travel, right?
Okay.
You just get put between a rock and a hard place and whatever
Things happen.
is going to do, right?
Yeah, let's say you went out to dinner, you get hungry late at night, and you got that leftover pizza sitting there.
No microwave.
Whatever the food is. Yeah.
Right? No, I don't know. Are microwaves standard in hotel rooms anymore?
I don't think so.
Because
I mean, usually they had those are like suites. They have like a little kitchen in there.
Kitchenette.
Yes.
That's what they're called,
The
Tommy.
net.
No, because like I remember when I was out there, like I had a hotel, a microwave in almost every hotel room. The last couple hockey tournaments we've gone to, I haven't seen a microwave.
Maybe it's a fire hazard.
Or probably what people were doing with them, right?
Yeah, people put the wrong thing in there.
What are you doing with a microwave?
You're heating things up that you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Or you're leaving them in too long, and you're
Okay.
setting off the smoke alarm. So Americans can't be trusted with microwaves when they're on the road.
The other thing that I always have to do, because for some reason, refrigerators in hotel rooms never get cold.
Yeah, they never work.
Right? Ever. So, like, I have to take the ice bucket and fill it with ice to put, like, drinks that because I'm not spending $4 on a Diet Coke out of the vending machine. I'll go buy soda at a grocery store and bring it there. But it sucks because you have to keep constantly, like, rotating the things in so you have enough cold drinks that you'll want later.
Yeah. All right.
Can I just get some working stuff in the hotel room? Something to heat up food and something to cool down food. That's all I'm looking for.
Okay.
Also, when you order a pizza at a hotel, the refrigerator, if it does work, is never big enough to hold a full box of pizza.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little mini fridge. It's like a college refrigerator.
Yeah.
Yes, but like here's the thing. The only food that I am going to refrigerate in this hotel room is pizza.
It's leftover, yeah.
Yeah. So why not just like design a small fridge that fits a box of pizza in there?
Okay.
There's our $1 million idea.
Or just eat the goddamn pizza.
Well, I can't eat a whole pizza by myself in one sitting.
Sometimes you want to save it for later.
No, we'll just eat it cold off the counter. Nobody's looking.
You wouldn't do that, you bitch.
No, I wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't. And like cold pizza at home is good. Here's the thing. Cold pizza out of the fridge is good. Warm pizza is good. Room temperature pizza 6
I don't
hours
mind
later.
the pizza that's been sitting out.
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
It's the worst of those options.
Okay.
No?
Yeah, I never know if the cheese is healthy for me now because it hasn't been refrigerated. Like,
Yeah.
what bacteria is growing on this thing now?
Okay, but here's the thing.
It's never stopped anybody from eating it, though.
And like,
No, but as I get older, that stuff could kill me now.
has anyone ever gotten sick doing it? Though? I've never
They
heard of
never
someone.
warn you about it. Because
No.
you're right. Usually pizza sits out the longest of all those types of, party foods.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Never use the iron in your hotel room to iron your clothes because according to one of these travel bloggers here, pilots have been using it to reheat cold pizza. He goes on to say that if you're at a hotel near an airport, never touch it because of what they've been heating up on these things. I'm trying to think of what other hotel foods are standard. It's pizza?
Burgers and fries.
Okay, but that one
It's all hand food.
Yeah, but that one I have to go pick up. I guess you could use DoorDash now.
Oh, I was thinking like room service or just going out and grabbing something.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pittsford. What'd you say?
Room service.
Room service? Who gets room service?
I've gotten room service.
I don't think I've ever had room service.
So last time I was on vacation, I was getting room service for drinks.
You were having them deliver drinks to your room.
Yeah.
The bar's right downstairs.
There was a liquor store, but I didn't want to walk. So I would just go to a double on the rocks. Well, I was sitting out. It was nice. I don't want to have to get dressed, go down, do.
Okay.
I get comfortable.
Okay, the whack on
it's
drink at a
ridiculous.
hotel is bad enough at the bar.
Yeah.
I can't imagine the whack on a room service drink.
It's sizable, bro. My wife was not happy.
You're the dumbest person I've ever met.
No, I'm just I don't want to get, sometimes I get it's late. I don't want to get dressed, go down, get a drink, bring it back upstairs, change again, and relax.
You're on vacation. You have
Right,
nothing
I'm on
else-
vacation.
No,
Let me spend the money.
You got nothing else to do.
I know I have something to do. Drink this drink.
It's not like you got to be to work in the morning where it's like, man, I don't have the time to go down an elevator.
No, but if I wanted to buy, like, my wife goes, why don't you just go to the liquor store?
Yeah?
But it's like 2 blocks over. It's 9 o'clock. I'm going to get dressed, schlep down in a place I've never been before. They don't speak our language, and I'm going to come back.
You like to take like random strolls.
I do, but not at night.
Okay, let's put it
I'm
this
more
way.
of a morning stroll guy.
That double on the rocks that you had room service to your room probably cost as much as an entire bottle of what you were drinking.
It may have. I don't know. I didn't look. I didn't want to look.
Okay, and let's talk about room service for a sec. Could you put up on a poll at WCMF Break Room on Twitter, have you ever gotten room service at a hotel?
Wait, you've never gotten room? Yes, you've gotten room service.
Only by accident.
What, by accident? You thought you were called someplace else?
No, like we ordered food and we thought like we were going to go pick it up and they brought it to the room and I was like, ah, damn it, I got to tip
It
this
is
guy.
one of the most luxurious things you could do is have food delivered to you.
So here's what's awkward about room service. Okay, first of all, look, even if I have the money to order room service. I'm not doing it because it's so ridiculously expensive.
It is.
I'm not spending $37 on a burger and fries. And by the way, it's not even a good burger and fries.
Depends where you're staying.
It's a hotel burger and fries. Going further, for those who have never ordered room service, which I'm estimating is 80% of people, when you get room service, they don't just like knock on your door and hand it to you.
Yeah, they roll it in.
They roll it in. They set it up.
Yep.
So like if your room is a mess or you're hanging
Well, they don't care.
They don't care. My wife cares. I care. Whatever you got out, they're going to see all of it.
Yeah, but I guess I just didn't care. I mean, I told you I had that super awkward one when we were the radio station took a trip. We're in the Bahamas, and Joe T, people from the old show, and I were roommates together on this radio trip. So I ordered a bunch of booze and food, and at that time, T had to take testosterone shots. So the guy shows up. I'm in my underwears. I'm just wearing tighty whities. That's it. I let the guy in. I'm just in my underwear. T is sitting on the edge of the bed with a hypodermic needle, giving himself a shot.
Oh my God.
He's naked, just sitting on a towel, bare ass on the bed, tattooed head to toe. The dude didn't bat an eye.
Oh, he's probably seen it all, right?
Well, now he has.
Yeah.
If he hadn't, I tipped him. He was happy as hell. He looked at T's tattoos. He goes, wow, those are really interesting, while he's backing out of the room.
Oh, he was actually talking about his penis. He wasn't talking about the tattoos.
Well, there was a tattoo on his penis.
No, but he's not making that up.
Yeah.
But you brought up another reason why the room service delivery is so uncomfortable. Like
But I wasn't going to get dressed. He's going to have to finish shooting up. We're going to go downstairs, get the food, to come back upstairs to watch something on TV. It's our last. Who needs it? But spend the money. You can't take it with you. Enjoy your day.
All right, look, the fact of the matter is, most hotel employees, when it comes to like the stuff like that, when it's like food delivery, when it's like housekeeping, there are people not from this country, and there are people that are taking these jobs because it's the only job they can get. Right. Yeah. So like that person is delivering the most expensive food you've ever bought to you in your room because you're too lazy to go use an elevator to go get it.
And if I don't do that, what's he going to do for work?
Are you kidding me right now? There's 1,000 other things in the hotel. They don't have just the room service
They're going to lay that guy off. Then he's going to be out on the street. He's going to be waiting for you when you come out of your hotel room.
So I'm going to sign her. Just come on in, sir. Let me sign for this $130 two-person meal. My balls, man.
Well, if you want your balls taken care of, that costs more. No, you're just so uncomfortable with wealth. Like wealth is like, it makes you itchy. Like, I can see it in your body language when you talk about money.
Okay.
And you married a doctor. You're going to be experiencing these things. You're going to be wildly uncomfortable.
No, but there's no...
Embrace it.
There's no reason to be like, I can do it, so I'm going to do it. Hey,
that's why you do things.
This is what you're going to make this week, and I just spent it on a burger. Thanks for bringing it to me.
Well, burger guy's got to eat, too. And you don't eat if I don't order the burger.
Who knows what you did to that burger?
You give him a nice tip.
That's what I'm wondering, though. How common is room service in just the standard hotel anymore anyway? Like, I know it used to be in, like, every hotel, and I don't know how many really offer that service anymore.
Probably not with all the delivery service.
Yeah.
Well, but
because there's so many other options.
Yeah.
So, fun fact, here's your travel hack from the Pat Duffy Travel Hack
What's
blog.
that?
Hotels won't let food delivery service people go to doors anymore.
Yeah,
so you have to meet them in the lobby.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
You just have to go downstairs.
I got to get dressed, man.
Bro.
Yeah, it's something about when I get, like when I'm in for the night at a hotel, it's usually night, late, I'm buzzed out. I don't feel like dealing with it. I just want to eat something. I don't want to go through the rigmarole.
The rigmarole of going down a flight of stairs.
Let them roll the chow in. Roll in chow is the best feeling.
Roll in chow?
Roll in chow.
Do you room service every trip you go on?
No. We usually don't stay in hotels that have room service.
Okay.
Because we're poor.
But when I could do it, we're poor. You get the room service, man. Order a double on the rocks delivered to your room. I'm poor, man. You know, I'm just a working man. Working man, double on the rocks room service.
Like, two of the best things you can blow your money on is room service and valet parking.
I hate valet parking.
Valet parking is worth it. For $5 in the wintertime, I pop out of my car, you're going to bring it up, it's warmed up, and it's brushed off, and I throw you a $5 tip, and I'm out of here. Are you kidding me? I'm going to schlep.
But you got to wait, though. You can't just, like, go get in your car when you want it.
Yeah, it'll be nice and toasty. Where are you going, man? You just had dinner. What do you got, a hot date?
Depends on where you are.
And by the way, this ain't Manhattan where I got to find a parking spot. Like, okay, you know what the stupidest thing in the world is? There's that restaurant. It's called Black and Blue in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I told you that I took my wife there right before Thanksgiving, right, for her birthday.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
like
the big steakhouse.
Yeah, we had gift cards, right?
Yeah.
So they have valet parking in Black and
It's
Blue.
right there.
The parking lot is 10 feet away.
But they're always slammed, so you got to park way out.
Bro.
But you're not parking that far away.
But if it's snowing out,
Shut up.
I got good shoes on.
Shut
I'm
up.
not
I
gonna.
love how your concern wasn't if it's snowing out. My wife doesn't want to walk on my shoes, though, honey.
Yes.
You could just drop your wife off and
Thank
go
you.
park
I'm
and then
not
walk
schlepping in nice
Thank you.
clothes in the slop.
Do you hear yourself?
You want to slop walk? Go slop walk.
I'm just a working class guy who's not going to schlep in my nice clothes through the snow. You're the worst Springsteen impersonator ever. You can head to the contest page right now at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Get the Let Out, a celebration of the mighty Zepp coming to Kodak Center Friday, February 2nd. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. That means
it's Friday, buddy.
What are we doing?
It's creepy time.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. It is our first non-football Friday since August.
Oh, yeah. We're off the hook.
You're off the hook with your stupid ass bitch, you dumbass bitch ass bitch. All right, I'm already getting the look from Kimmy that we are over and late. We got to get out of the way. So we'll see you back here tomorrow here in the break room, and we can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
Double thumbs up. For Kimmy?
Yeah.
Who has never ordered room service in her life?
Oh,
wait, no, actually.
I did.
You did. You thought about it.
Yeah, we as a teenager, we learned the hard way.
Sports tournament?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. They let us loose.
For Tommy Muley, who is literally his wife breaking up with him away from being the guy that delivers your room service. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.